Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, welcome along. This is TGDC Global Drift Challenge Pro Round 4. We are here, it is go time. We are sorry for the hour's delay. We had a major problem this afternoon when one of our judges was taken into hospital and we've had to replace them on short notice. And we have done that now. We've got the judges available. We do have a guest judge this week who I will come to in a minute. First of all, our usual judges, just want to thank all of them for being involved in this. That's Josh Hartshorn, Christopher Ennis, and also Anders Unger, our start line marshal. Welcome. You will see that on your screens right now is a big sign saying Virtual Drift Championship. Don't worry, you are on the correct stream. This is the final round, and don't forget that our drivers are fighting for a chance in the VDC. 16 licenses on the line. And we decided that today would be a good time to test our drivers with an actual virtual drift championship layout, the highest level of virtual drifting in the world right now. The VDC license up for grabs for them. They are going to be driving that track today, and I will get to all of that very, very shortly. Anyway, my name is Ben Somerville from TGDC Global Drift Challenge, TGDC Collective. Welcome along. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for joining us. It is a real pleasure to have you all here for this, the final round of the season, as we get everything ready in the background there. How do things sit at the moment? Well, right now at the lead in the championship still sits with Daryl Diaz. However, announcement that is going to shake up the top of the tree right now. Daryl Diaz has withdrawn from competition for the final round. Daryl Diaz will not be competing this week. That means that we have a three-way rather than four-way, nothing sexual, fight for the championship at the moment, and we do not know which way the chips will fall. Daryl withdrawing from the championship final round means that this could go any direction. Everyone's qualifying is crucial immediately, and this is the qualifying we're here to see. So let's have a look. First of all, where are we? Well, it's the final round, so we have come to Stirrup, VDC Stirrup in Scandinavia. This is a phenomenal track, starting at the bottom of your screens, firing on as fast as you can into that left-hand initiation. You can see there's a small decel zone just prior to clip 1 on the bottom of your screens there, and then firing through that uphill, climbing hard left-hand uphill corner with that first outer zone just at the initiation, then another one midway up the hill before tightening in hard onto an inside clip at 3. And from 3, you'll just see it at the middle of your screen there, across to an outer zone on the wall at 4 on the right-hand side of the track. Then that big transition through the middle of the highest point of the track into that decel zone for the outer wall ride at 5, all the way around that wall to then transition across a little small check up into 6, a chance for our drivers just to settle the car there. We don't want a big decel there, we just want them to stabilise the car with the handbrake and then get back on the throttle, and they will push through 6 and 7, first on that outer wall ride at 6, and then pushing onto the inside line at 7, and then running wide across the finish line. This track is both fast and technical. It is one of the easier and more free-flowing VDC tracks. It also has fewer walls than a lot of the VDC tracks. Virtual Drift Championship head judge Christopher Wiltowski clearly deciding that he wanted the drivers to have a reasonably easy time here and not get too badly brutalized by the walls and surrounding terrain. But that means that it is a phenomenal track for twin battles. That's not what we're here for today. Today we are here for the single runs. We are here to see our drivers put down their lead runs. That's the whole point. We should be seeing their absolute best possible lead run for every single run that we are seeing here. So how does that look in practice. Let's go back and have a look at this track. As we come through, we're going to ride on board with, I believe, Emil Leaderboard here in that green SC300. Comes off the line. This is just a practice run. This is the first group coming in. They've just got their last practice sessions, and that's clip 2 there, that outer zone at 2, before pushing in onto that inside zone at 3 and back out onto the wall. Nice run from Emil through here. This is not a qualifying run, just the final practice. There's that big slowdown onto the wall at 5. Emil just having a little bit of trouble there. That big SC300, 2JZ powered. This is a perfect demonstration of the kind of line we want, though, except for that final bit through 7, just having a little bit of a wobble there and then getting out onto that outer zone on the final part of the track. But you can see here, everything set up for a phenomenal competition. Now, we said earlier that we have got some guest judges. Let's talk about them. So normally we would have Bobby Hill as our head judge for the weekend. He is currently in hospital. He got taken into hospital this afternoon. We wish him a very speedy recovery. Can't wait to see Bobby back. We're sending him all the best from us at Tsujigiri. He has been an absolute cornerstone of this championship so far, and we miss him greatly. However, we have got a stand-in for him, and that stand-in for that lead judge role is Blade Johnson, who was one of the judges for Drift Outlaws, the UK and European Championship Drift Outlaws. He has come and stepped into Bobby's shoes to help with everything for the running of this weekend, and we have one other guest judge, and that guest judge is none other than Max Cotton, BDC Pro driver, BDC semi-pro champion of last season, BDC top-ranked pro at the end of only doing 1 round or 2 rounds of pro last year. Took Dwayne McKeever to one more time, or to the final at Three Sisters last year in his car. Is one of the best regarded young drivers in UK and European drifting. Talking of European drifting, you may have seen him recently. He was the second highest qualifier at Drift Masters European Championship, DMEC Riga, one of the most challenging tracks in the world. He was the second highest qualifier behind none other than James Dean at round 4, I believe, of DMEC. He is a phenomenal young talent, and we are absolutely thrilled to have him here. Look forward to going and talking to him a bit later on once we get into the swing of the show. But that is all irrelevant as long as we have everyone else on the server and is ready to go. Max Cotton taking up position in one of those judges' cars over there. You can see we've got the various judges' cars over in that corner. We use those little stock Fiat 500s just as a way to give us a chance to see everything. As we see these guys firing through the last of their practice runs, we will be ready to go very, very shortly. So this is it. Now that we do not have Daryl in this competition, now that Daryl Diaz is not around, do we think we're going to see a different driver chop the championship? This is going to be absolutely crucial. We are going to have to see what's going on. We've got a few drivers who are currently experiencing some connection issues. And as soon as they are all onto the server, we are ready to get started. Having a look in the chat, welcome along to everyone. Nabil Alatassi, thank you for the follow. Team DMDS, thank you very much for the follow a little hour ago. Who Took Stilly, thank you for the follow. Paku Razi, thank you for the follow. Loads of people jumping in and following this for the final round of the season in the chat at the moment. Alexander Yegard, Emil, he's on the server at the moment practicing. We were just watching him. Joshified, hello. Josh is one of our judges, so you've all experienced Josh before. Josh is Josh William Hartshorn, one of the drivers who competed regularly in TGDC open events, and is an experienced judge from both Forza and modern competition. As we see who I believe is Emil pulling up to the line, I think we are almost ready to go. We're going to get started. Drift Royal in the chat. Craig Zero, Craig the announcer and one of the head senior managers from Virtual Drift Championship. Thank you for the host, Josh. Good to see Craig here. Good memories. Thank you for the follow. Ewan Long, what happened to Bobby, or is it private? I'm not going to go into it. That's a private issue for him. It's not. It wasn't an accident or anything like that. It's just a medical issue, and we wish him all the best in coming back. Stupid Fast Gaming, let's go. Good luck to all the participants. Keep it stupid fast for life. Yes, Stupid Fast Gaming, thank you very much. Welcome along. We are ready to go. This is the first run of the event. It looks like we are on board with Emil Leerud. He is going to be our first competitor of the day. Let's see how things go with him. Just waiting on the line. We have got these last drivers joining in at the moment. We've had a few guys having issues with connectivity due to some problems with the servers. Don't forget that last week, in the litany of things that have gone wrong with TGDC over the course of the season, while we wait for Emmet on the line here, do not forget that we have had nothing but problems from various stages of the season. Last round, round 3, we had a DDoS attack that took down the server, was causing enormous problems, so we had to migrate to a DDoS protected server midway through competition. That cost us about 20 minutes, and then also I had to go and deal with a kitchen fire, which was fun. But here we go. This is Emil Leerud. He is our first driver off the start line. Gets a little bit wayward, doesn't quite fulfill clip 1. Nicely into clip 2 from Emil. A little bit of left foot braking just to pull it in. Hooks in onto that inside edge. Steering correction just pulls him up shy of clip 4. This is not the run that we saw in practice, and that should show you exactly how much of a difference it makes going from the sterile conditions of practice to the actual competition. When the pressure comes on, everything becomes much more challenging, but overall we go through, and that is a great run from Emil as he comes across the line and back round to the start. Who do you guys think is going to get first today? Great question from Josh. We look across to Emil's scores. We're going straight across to that as I bring things up. Waiting for that to drop in. Oh, seems to still have Will Holloway's score up on the screen. Let's get rid of that straight away. Waiting for these guys to drop in. Okay, there we go. So Emil Leerud now up on the stream, waiting for his first run scores to drop in. Nice run from Emil. Don't forget, a little bit shallow into clip 1. That bit of a correction coming through 2 just cost him clip 3 a little bit, didn't fulfill that. Then had that little knock on the wall at clip 4. He's not going to get the high score that he was hoping and that we saw that he was doing in practice, but he will get a score on the board. And just a reminder for those of you who are new to watching this, one of the things about TGDC that makes it so challenging, that we specifically set out to create a more challenging competition to get that high quality of driving, is that the scoring system is averaged across both runs. So while we wait for Emil's first score to drop in, he will obviously go into first place as the first driver of the day. As we wait for Emil's score to drop in, he needs 2 good runs to qualify, and that means that sometimes the qualifying cutoff can be much lower than we see in other championships. We've seen qualifying cutoffs as low as 69 being the cutoff for the top 32. So as we wait for that score to come in, Emil Leerud, our 4 judging criteria: line, angle, speed, style. Line score, the most important. We weight that incredibly highly because we want to make sure that the guys are putting down something that is considered a chaseable lead run. That is the #1 criteria here. I can already tell you that Emil's score is dropping in on those judges' screens. Our judges are all getting up to speed, both Blade and Max, new to this judging system. So as they see it drop in, I can tell you that Emil is getting a score above the cutoff that we've seen at previous rounds so far. So this is going to be our first score of the night. We're just waiting for the final score from Max Cotton to drop in, and that is it. Here we go, our first stream of the night, and Emil Leerud gets a 72.3, putting him as the only driver who's run so far into first position. So as we go back, let's have a look who is next on the start line. We are looking for Robert Kwiczynski. Robert Kwiczynski comes up to the line. Hyped for handbrakes, up people. Hyped for handbrakes. Amazing game. Game name. There we go. So that is it. There is our leaderboard. We do have 2 people who have not put runs on. That is Jack Lyon, Misho Tiscariti, normally our first driver. But that is a nice run from Emil Leerud, putting him at the top of the leaderboard right now as we go straight back to it. Here is Robert Kuczynski in that very, very fast GT86. We know those GT86s are incredibly quick through this course and through every course. They're a very fast car. But this is a lovely run from Robert Kuczynski, hitting all of the required clips. Checks up nicely. Does he manage to make it all the way out to the wall there? Yes, he does, filling 5 beautifully there. Now this transition crucial. A little bit of a check-up, and that's a wall crash from Robert Kuczynski. That's just going to affect his line score a little bit, but he manages to wrangle it all back together and make it across the line. Let's have a look at the replay while we wait for the judges' scores. Robert Kuczynski coming in for this first run of the session. And Robert Kuczynski, our first replay. For some reason the replay wasn't working for Emil, but you can see here it's giving us a good idea of the kind of speed that we're going to see. These GT86s, he was off the line even before the camera had fully switched back to him. Very, very fast, and it's a shorter run this track than we were having at our last track at Sekia Hills. It's about 10 seconds shorter per run than we had at Sekia Hills. As we switch across back to the end of that run, let's go to it. Here we are. We wait for that score to drop into place for Robert Kuczynski. Somehow we've ended up with William Holloway at the top of that leaderboard again. Okay, so Robert Kuczynski, that is not his score. I can tell you that we're still waiting for all of the judges to just drop their score into place. I confirm that that is not Robert Kuczynski's final score. But it is looking like it might take him to the top of the leaderboard. What I'm seeing in the background dropping in here. Next up we should have Danielis Parangauskas. Danielis Parangauskas coming up to the line. The first of our drivers in that S13, the RPS 13 Stefan Stefanov replica car. Chris Lykup in the chat on the YouTube. I should practice. Chris, you've got time. We're running a little bit late, but we'll probably have made it up by the time we get to you. So do make sure you get everything sorted. There we go. And that drops in a 69.4 for Robert Kuczynski. That contact with the wall and the wobble. Oh no, there we go. That looks more like it. We're seeing the scores update in the background. 73 for Robert Kuczynski takes him into first position. That makes much more sense as we go back to the start line. But still, that wobble from the wall, where it knocked him off track a little bit there, definitely making things difficult for him as he goes into that battle. He'll want a higher score than that for sure. Hales King, hello there. Oh, General Kenobi. As we see here, we are out onto the outside line. This is a great looking run so far from Danielis Parangauskas. Yes, onto that wall run. This is the transition here that cost Robert Kuczynski so much of his score. He had to reinitiate, almost bouncing off the wall. Well, minor reinitiation, but a correction nonetheless. But none of those problems for Danielis Parangauskas. Let's go straight back to the start and have a look at that. We see Danielis Parangauskas coming off the line. That big flick initiation gets nicely out onto outer zone 1. Just fills outer zone 2 with the rear bumper. Doesn't get that wheel all the way out to the outside line, but looking controlled through there. Doesn't quite fall 3 as much as I thought on the first run through, but here you can see onto that locked in wall run at 5 now. Beautifully settled down through there. Then that transition, another good move out onto the wall run at 6. Cross the line at 7. Looking really strong. Let's go back to the scores, have a look, and we seem to just be defaulting to Will Holloway for no reason. I don't understand what's happening there. Danielis Parangauskas waits for his scores to drop in. I can tell you again, that's not the score that he is getting. That has loaded early. So we see coming up to the line now, Sean Hogan should be next, but I think we're going to be going to Brandon Gardner as we wait for the score to drop in. 76.7, Danielis Parangauskas. Danielis Parangauskas, 76.7, now top to qualifying as we go back to the start. And here comes the initiation. Big flick entry there from Gardner as he goes out onto that outside line, looking really strong from Brandon Gardner all the way through that section. Nice transition from him out onto that wall. You can see how much grip that GT86 has as he goes through into that flick across. Look at that, all the way on the throttle from Gardner there as he gets across the line, looking really strong over that final section. Let's go back and have a look at it on the replay. Hales King, woke up with back pain and haven't been able to drive. Hope I can get myself to do some runs. We hope you can too. We'll see you get into the top 32 again this week, Haley, as we go back and look at this. Great run from Gardner out on that transition, really getting onto the outside line there. Brandon Gardner on an absolute tear through that middle section, getting on the power all the way through, round and across the finish. And yet again it's defaulted to William Holloway. This is very strange. Our system's never done this before. Brandon Gardner's scores drop in. That is not his score again. Don't understand why we're seeing those scores drop in so early. Clearly our system's having a technical issue to go with all of our other problems. So, you know, things are interesting. We're having a wonderful time with all of the weirdness. But I can tell you that Brandon Gardner, with his fabulous photo there of him holding that balloon that's currently off screen, Brandon Gardner gets the highest score of the day so far, dropping into first place with an 80-point run. Very good showing from Brandon Gardner. That is fantastic from him. As we move across now, we go back to the start line, and this is a man who has missed the last couple of rounds of competition. Ian Koenig comes off the line in that RB27 powered S14. He's been putting in hours of practice trying to get that car dialed, but just comes up short on 2. That is going to really cost his score here. Nicely into 3 and along the wall at 4, but Ian Koenig just not having the run through the start. That car so gripped up, and you can see the wobble as he tries to make it out to the wall there. Now onto this transition. Ian Koenig determined to put a score on the board. Remember, you've got to have a score on the board both runs, or you are just not going to have any time at all. As we get a little bit of lag there, Ian Koenig not able to put down the run that he will have wanted, or that feels representative for him. Brandon Patrick in the chat. Good weekend lined up. Hopefully I'll be in top 32 tomorrow and try and secure the license. Then on Sunday he's off to Silverstone for the MotoGP. Very, very nice. Good luck to all participants. Keep it stupid fast for life. Yes, stupid fast gaming cropping up on both the chats. As we see here, there's that little connection issue from Ian Koenig, but he manages to gather it all back up and get across the line cleanly. Haley saying in the chat, really love this track with your personal car, but having issues with this car. Make sure you get that dialed in, Haley. We really want to see you out and doing the competition this week as we wait for Ian Koenig's score to drop into place. Here we go. So, Ian Koenig's scores dropping in. 62.7 for Ian Koenig. He'll definitely be able to build on that, but he's going to have to find something really special to bring that score back up as we move on back to the start line for Emil Leerud on his second run. They were already ready. Jesus, they were already underway. Emil Leerud getting a little bit tight onto that inside at 3. Manages to gather everything back up. He's going to need to find something special to pull it out of the bag here, and he has to make a big correction after clipping the back end of that massive, massive SD300 on the wall there, rubbing it beautifully all the way round at 6, but that transition into 7 just costing Emil Leerud a lot of ground in that first section. Let's go back and see what we can actually see on the replay. Ian Koenig's face will remove itself from your screens in a second. Sadly, he was not out of the way first, so we move back to Emil Learoyd, and I get that sorted as quickly as I can. I do apologise. I was not ready for them to be that fast in the organisation in the background. So, Emil Learoyd, 2 runs are done. What's it going to be? Is Emil going to be in the hunt for the first time? For some reason, it defaults to William Garner, Will Holloway again. What is going on? We wait for Emil's scores to drop in. They are not yet in place. That is not his final score. I can tell you that Emil has the potential to get involved in the big show tomorrow. It's going to depend entirely on how the scores play out across the rest of the afternoon. Sitting on a 72.3 from his first run, needs to be up around that same kind of area to even stand a chance, but that contact with the wall as he went into clip 5, massively causing him issues there. And that is the score dropping in. So he averages a 68.7. It has dropped him down to 4th at the moment. Sorry, 66.9 still keeps him in 4th at the moment. So Emil Learoyd just not getting that second run the way that he will have wanted as we go straight back to the start. Here we go. The second run from Robert Kwaczynski comes off the line, absolutely firing into that first corner. Nice line from Robert Kwaczynski through here. Now remember, he had that contact with the later wall down at 6 in his first run, so he has got to find something special here. The rest of the run was absolutely solid, but that big correction costing him for the judges in that first run. He's got to keep it off the wall here this time, and he does. Look at that much better line. Robert Kwaczynski on an absolute tear through this course at the moment. Really nicely positioned from him and across the line. Let's go back and have a look at that on the replay. Really nice line from him all the way through that first section. Robert Kwaczynski looking strong on that middle part of the course. Really got the car dialed in there. Danielis Parangauskas will be the next driver to do his next run. As we wait for Robert Kwaczynski's scores to drop in. Do not be alarmed when it pops up on your screens in a second and says -4. We're just waiting for the second score to drop into place. Stupid Fast Gaming, can't wait to see these battles. It's going to be interesting for sure. Yes, it is. When are we going to see these streetcar packs? The streetcar pack will be putting in an appearance once we have finished with this. There will be a teaser car. The same way we did with the James Dean car, there will be a teaser car of the street pack making its way into the public sphere very soon. Once we've finished with the championship and can focus on that, and then it will be going public as we wait for Robert Kwaczynski's score to drop into place. I can tell you it is a massive improvement on his first score. That is a huge step forward for Robert Kwaczynski. He'll be very happy with that. 86.1 on his second run, putting him safely up into second with an average 79.5 for the time being. Now that is more like the kind of score we were expecting. Robert will be absolutely livid that he had that major problem in the first run and that it cost him that higher score, because he would have definitely been in the hunt for a high score today. And we don't know yet. We have no idea as the chips come through where we are going to see the cutoff in qualifying, but it may not matter, as right now Danielis Parangauskas lays the hammer to the floor. Look at that, absolutely railing those outside lines. Danielis Parangauskas getting up onto the inside edge and across the line at 7. Really nicely done from Danielis Parangauskas. Let's go back. Watch that on the replays. We join him on his initiation into turn 1. Out onto that outside line. Good transition into this section. Really good. Superfast Gaming, excited to feel these streetcar physics. Yep, and if you want to feel them now, if you want to get involved, then you guys can all get involved in street pack testing. Just head across to our Patreon to join in with that. As once again our system defaults to Will Holloway, we wait for Danielis Parangauskas' score to drop into place. I will manually update that my end. I made my own pack, but I doubt it's near yours. Well, I appreciate the sentiment. Hype for handbrakes. If you want to get involved, come and try them out. You can go via the Patreon. It's the second tier and above that gets access to all of our tests for the beta stuff. But the crucial thing is it is coming soon. Now, do not be alarmed by that score, people. That's just because we switched across to it midway through as things were updating. That, however, is the score we're looking at for Danielis Parangauskas. He manages to get a 79, taking him up to 77.9. We move on. Next up is going to be Brandon Gardner, who currently sits at the top of our tree. We're waiting for Brandon Gardner on the line there. Emil saying he's on the 5 points below drop zone every single round. So, yep, saying that the drop-off is probably going to be at 74. We'll see, Emil. We'll see what happens. You never know. You could get lucky on this one. As Brandon Gardner goes for that big initiation. Look at him absolutely bullying his way through that first corner. Really riding the angle right out. Brandon Gardner wants to make sure that he is in the fight later on to get into the top 32 tomorrow. He is laying down what he hopes will be the benchmark, beautifully running that wall run at 5 and straight across onto 6. This is the Brandon Gardner that we came to see. We know he's a strong competitor, and that is an absolutely storming run from Brandon Gardner, the young American, desperate to make sure that he is going to be moving up into TGDC at the end of the season. Look at this transition from Brandon Gardner. Gets it to angle, just checks up the speed, gets back on the throttle, no hesitation in his angle as he comes out into clip 5, and this transition across into 6, masterful, just checks the car up beautifully out onto that wall ride, hammer back down, Brandon Gardner cleanly through and across the line. Let's go back, have a look at his scores. Brandon Gardner currently sitting from his first run on an 80. Is it going to go up? Brandon Gardner will want to have put a massive score on the board there. I can tell you that that is a massive score on the board for Brandon Gardner. Brandon Gardner gets an 87.6. 87.6. That's being adjusted. I can tell you in the background that's a scoring error. That is a massive scoring error. That is about to go up hugely. That's what we've been waiting for. That is the first person in the 90s. Brandon Gardner getting a 94. Look at that from Brandon Gardner. 87 is average score there. If he'd managed to do that run twice, he would have been comfortably set up for the top of the charts today. But as it is, we go back to the start line. Ian Koenig off the line, currently sat on a 62.7. He knows he completely missed out on clip 2, initiates late, determined to get into it. Yes, he does. He makes clip 1 and clip 2, but it's only going to be just pulls it up into 3. Ian Koenig trying to find all of the grip in that S14 with the RB27 singing away under the hood. This is a tidier run than his first run, but it's still not going to be enough to drag him right up near the top of the charts here. But Ian Koenig manages to put that run down and across the line. Let's go back, have a look at Ian Koenig's run on the replay. So Ian Koenig sitting on a 62.7, our lowest driver with a score on the board at the moment, managing to wrestle that very fast car onto those outside lines, but it just looks like it's over grip, looks like it's hard to drive for Ian, and he will not be wanting that. He'll want that car to be putting itself exactly where he wants it at every time. But Ian had to take 2 rounds out, so he managed round 1 and round 4, not through any fault of his own. He had to spend time with family during round 2, and then was unable to attend round 3 due to technical issues. As we wait for Ian's score to drop in, Ian Koenig, one of only 3 drivers using that RB27 powered S14. He loves the revving of his RBs. He's building one in real life potentially at the moment. He's got an S14 chassis just waiting on an engine at the moment. As we wait for Ian's score to drop in. That late initiation effectively sacrificing clip 1, the judge is telling me, and also that wobble through 3 and 4, making Ian's score down to a 61.7. He has not had the amount of practice that he will have wanted in that time, but he is going to be happy to at least have 2 scores on the board. No zeros for Ian Koenig this time as we move on. That is the end of your first group. We load these drivers in groups of 8 to keep the server loading down, and we get our first look at our scoreboard right now. Brandon Gardner putting in that stellar second run, the 94 taking him up to first place, the 87 his average score across those two. Then Robert Kraczynski to 79.5, Danielis Parangowska 77.9, Emil Leverud 69.7, and Ian Koenig on a 62.2. Then those next 3 drivers, Jack Lyon, Misho Tiscaridi and Sean Hogan, no shows for round 4 of the championship. We move on. Your next 8 drivers will include a man who usually sets pretty much the benchmark for the event. Mustafa Amini has not qualified outside the top 5 at any round so far this season. Mustafa Amini is next. He is our first driver. Then Dylan Fink, Anton Colon, Vakaris Alukas, Brett Wolford, Darren Baker, Brandon Patrick and Olof Eriksson, your next drivers on the server. So first off, we are going to be seeing one of the drivers that we are sure will set a high benchmark for this round, and that is going to be Mustafa Amini. They're all loaded in pretty much. We're seeing these guys on the server. Remember, that is Mustafa Amini, Dylan Fink, Anton Colon, Vakaris Alukas, Brett Wolford, Darren Baker, Brandon Patrick and Olof Eriksson. Brandon Patrick, he is in the hunt for the top end of the championship, as is Mustafa Amini. These guys are looking seriously at championship contender status. They will want to be involved in the sharp end of this today. They want to be right at the top of the tree. As we wait for those last guys to join in, we'll go back one more time. Let's have a look at that run from Ian Koenig. You can see where the judges were penalising him there, late onto that line, only just managing to get initiated, but just not really filling that first zone, coming up short on 3 as well. Shallow through 4, doesn't fulfil the wall, the angle is low. You can see where the judges penalise this, nowhere near the wall at 5, really unable to hang it there. 6 looking nice, but comes away from the wall a little bit early and then pushes hard onto 7, moving out onto that outside line. The second half of that course looking much stronger for Ian Koenig, but the score reflecting those 2 runs combined. Sitting him in 5th at the moment. We've got 2 guys in this next group who are in the hunt for the championship. As things stand, is it going to play out? Let's look. We do some driver wrangling in the background. That's Anders Unger, our start line marshal. So this entire championship would not run without Anders Unger. He has been absolutely phenomenal, doing the driver wrangling and the scoring system in the background, but that is unfortunately irrelevant. I love Anders dearly, but this is Mustafa Amini's moment as he gets off the line. Good line from Mustafa Amini, filling 2 completely. Gets nicely tucked in onto 3 there. This is Mustafa Amini at his absolute best so far. We know this guy can put down a qualifying run, and we know he can battle not quite as deep into 5 as we were expecting from Mustafa Amini, but look at that. As I say that, he transitions across into 6 beautifully. This is definitely going to be enough to put a score on the board for Mustafa Amini. Is it going to be enough to give him a chance of topping qualifying? Mustafa Amini has spent so many weeks during this championship coming through near the top of the scores, holding on to first right the way through until the last couple of groups, and then being dropped down to to second or third. So this is going to be fascinating to see as Mustafa Amini puts down this storming first run. This is what we've come to expect from him. What a driver, what a competitor. It's been such a pleasure having him here. Let's go across. We're waiting for his scores to drop in. Coming up to the line in the background, Sean Hogan. Dylan Fink even. Dylan Fink coming up to the line in the background. The first of our drivers to be using that S550 Mustang, a really popular chassis amongst our drivers. Can tell you that is a nice high line score already dropping in the drivers in the judges channel at the moment. I can tell you that it is going to be higher than Brandon Gardner's first run. This gives Mustafa Amini a strong chance of topping qualifying today, because we know that Brandon Gardner is usually in the hunt for a top spot. One of the judges giving him a 90, that's Josh Hartshorn giving him a 90. 88 from Blade. Max Cotton, your DMEC Pro, also giving him an 88. That means that we are looking at a great first score, 88.7 for Mustafa Amini. That will set him up very nicely. He'll know he's got a little bit more left in the tank there, and we could see that he was just a little bit shallow out onto 5. Couple of points there where you could see that he wasn't absolutely running at his best, but an 88 is a very, very strong score with the judges that we have here, as we see in this big flick initiation. Dylan Fink going firing out onto the outside edge. This is another man who really wants to be in the top end of the show tomorrow. Good transition from Dylan Fink, gets back on the power in that big Mustang, runs that outside line all the way around. This transition going to be crucial. Can he wrestle that massive S550 across the line? Yes, he can. All NA horsepower, that V8 singing as Dylan Fink brings it cleanly round and across the line. Let's look at that on the replay. What a fantastic first run from Dylan Fink. We are really seeing these guys go on a tear here. Think, a man from the UK, has that Mustang dialed in. He's looking very at home on this track here. Just waiting on our system to update in the background. Dylan Fink comes across the line there. Let's go back and have a look at those scores. Dylan Fink, his first score, just waiting for those judges' scores to drop in. Dylan Fink, score on the board for Dylan Fink at 76.7. So we go back to the start. This is going to be Vakaris Alukas off the start line here. Onto that first corner nicely. Vakaris Alukas got the hammer down, really pushing through that first section. Good movement onto that outside line from Vakaris Alukas as he gets the power nicely massaged into that outside zone. All the way around. Look at him filling out a zone at 5. Now this transition across. These guys are on a tear at the moment. Dylan Fink, is he going to be in a position to take down Mustafa Amini and Brandon Gardner? That is going to be the important question. Let's go back to the start of the run. There we go, we just joined Dylan Fink firing through that first corner. You can see he was a little bit late onto that outside line perhaps, but getting, this is Vakaris Alukas even, but managing to get nicely settled there. Anton Colon on zeros from that first run. Don't know if he'll be making it through to that run at all. Brett Wolford, your next driver coming up to the line. Another driver using this big Mustang. Vakaris Alukas though, that is the man of the moment as we wait for his score to drop in. Rise Stencil saying that the Street Pack is pretty damn good in the chat. Thank you very much, Rise. So, Vakaris Alukas, his score dropping into place. I can tell you at least one of our judges thinks that this score should start with an 8. 2. Are we going to see this? Just waiting on the scores to drop in. Max Cotton has given it an 86. Just waiting on Blade's score. And there we have it. Vakaris Alukas getting an 84.3. Fantastic work from him. He'll be thrilled with that as we go back to the start line. And this now is Brett Wolford. Brett Wolford on the start line, ready to go. That S550 Mustang, the purple livery this time. Remember these guys, their personal liveries, they don't get their personal liveries until they make it to the top 32. Understarters orders ready to go. Mustafa Amini still sitting at the top, but remember, he's only done one run. Brandon Gardner on that 87 has managed to do 2. Big flick initiation there. That's looking fantastic from Brett Wolford. Look at him get that big Mustang dialed in onto that line. Huge throttle commitment from Brett Wolford. This transition is going to be everything. Is he going to be able to get back on the power early? Yes, he does. Brett Wolford slotting onto that wall at the outside edge. Nice run from Brett Wolford. There's the transition. That's what we want to see. Just coming away a little bit early from the wall. He'll definitely get pinged by the judges for that, but the rest of the run absolutely storming from Brett Wolford. You can see how much he wants that. Gaudi Drifts, I hope the Suzuki street cars take over. If they feel as good as the pro cars, then we're in for some fun driving. Rise, yeah, they feel as good. Some people think better than the pro cars, but they're really good and really fun. My login never works. Thank you for the follow. What an amazing name. Welcome along as we're here seeing on this fantastic lead line. Brett Wolford taking it across the finish there on the replay. We go back to, and once again it's not worked. Brett Wolford there. Brett Wolford, I keep on forgetting his profile photo looks like that. That's fantastic. Waiting for his score to drop in now, Brett Wolford. Darren Baker is on the line ready to go. Just waiting for that score to drop in. For Brett Wolford, you could see the throttle commitment that he was having there. Another driver getting scores in the 80s by the looks of it. An 82 from Josh. 78 from Max. Max thinking that that coming away from the wall really wasn't at the line that he wanted to see. And an 81 from Blade puts Brett Wolford in a very strong position. Up with an 80.4 for his first run. Now remember, it's averaged out, so he has got a chance of bringing that average right up in that next run. We are going to see some tight work at the top of the championship event here as we go back to the start line. Darren Baker comes off the line. Darren Baker goes for that initiation, rails to that outside edge. Oh, just dropping a wheel there, Darren Baker. That'll get him marked down, but a nice line through 3. Darren Baker onto that outside edge. Big transition across. Darren Baker back on the throttle there, using all of that throttle to fill that outer zone. Just a little bit further away from the wall than some of the drivers that we've seen, but this is great commitment from Darren Baker. Nice line through 6. Back up to the power at 7 and across the line. Remember, this nice short track. Very, very technical. It looks easy, and the flow here is great. It's one of the easier tracks for Virtual Drift Championship event, and we can see using it wholesale, we've modified nothing. We wanted to make sure that everyone could see that this was the track exactly as they ran in VDC. That transition, beautifully done onto that outside line. As he comes through here, this is Darren Baker on a really good outer line. Is it going to get him the score that he wants? Let's go across, have a look at the qualifying score for Darren Baker. Judges' scores dropping in. These judges exactly as harsh as you would expect. A good line from Darren Baker. Good throttle control, but that wheel drop costing him points. The rest of the run really, really strong, but there was definitely more on the table if he hadn't had that wheel drop. Darren Baker, though, getting a great score for fulfilling that outer zone everywhere else. An 88.7 for Darren Baker. That is going to put him in a great position for later on in qualifying when he goes for his second run. 2 88.7s from this group, Mustafa Amini and Darren Baker. Mustafa Amini having the higher line score, so currently leading Darren Baker there. But don't forget, Brandon Gardner has done both of his runs. As we go back to the start, this is another driver who is crucial in the championship hunt. Brandon Patrick goes for that big flick initiation onto that outside line. This is the Brandon Patrick we've come to expect. Brandon Patrick looking really strong there as he gets onto the outside line in that transition. Can he get it onto the wall? Yes, he can. Fulfills that outer zone nicely. Brandon Patrick, if we've seen the last few scores, as long as there's no mistakes through this section, Brandon Patrick should be on for a fantastic score here. That is one of the best lines we've seen all day. Phenomenal run from Brandon Patrick. So, Brandon Patrick's replay comes through. The next driver to come up to the line is going to be Olof Eriksson, but Brandon Patrick, look at this replay. What a phenomenal run onto that wall there from Brandon Patrick. The young man from the UK, determined to get the score on the board that puts him in contention. Don't forget that he was second on the podium during our first round, then had a couple of hiccups in the last 2 rounds that dropped him down the order, but this is a man who can fight for first place all weekend long. Olof Eriksson, our next driver, but in the meantime, Brandon Patrick waiting for his score to drop in. I can tell you it is going to be a big score for Brandon Patrick. A huge score for Brandon Patrick. A 91.3 puts Brandon Patrick right at the top of the tree right now. Brandon Patrick will want to stay there. He needs to put another run down like that. There are a lot of good drivers left to go, but we have often seen Mustafa Amini hold on to first place until right through to the latter end of qualifying and then only dropping down a couple of places. So we know that Mustafa Amini is a good benchmark for where the drivers need to be, and Brandon Patrick has met that benchmark cleanly as we go back to Olof Eriksson, and that's a huge flick from Olof Eriksson. Beautiful line through 1 and 2 from Olof Eriksson. Angles up a little bit too much maybe as he comes into 3, but a nice line out to 4. This is the crucial slowdown. That slowdown there coming into 5, defining almost everyone's run, and this is a phenomenal run from Olof Eriksson. Where has he been hiding this? Beautiful out to the wall, just a little bit of a check up there. He will lose marks for that, but the rest of that run had Olof Eriksson doing some beautiful work. Let's go back, have a look at it again, see if we can spot where it started to come out a little bit from Olof there. So we get off the line, join him here, and look how fast he is through there. Olof Eriksson, you can see from how much of this replay we've got to see that he was absolutely rocket ship fast through that first section. Just a little bit of an error when he checks up onto the wall there, but actually the rest of that run from Olof Eriksson, phenomenal. Let's go back, have a look. These are the judges' scores starting to drop in. That is not his final score, do not worry. We are just waiting on the rest of his score to drop into place. Can see he has been penalised for that wall run. The judges saying that that was a big deduction there. That kind of error massively hitting his line score in the end. But it is still going to be a score on the board for Olof Eriksson that will make him very happy. If he had not had that little collision with the wall, then that 75.7 would have been significantly higher than he just got there. Let's go back though. Mustafa Amini, Olof Eriksson in a position, if he can do that exact run but without the little nudge onto the wall, he is going to be moving himself massively further up the leaderboard for the top 32 tomorrow. The Riding Dad, welcome along. Hello, welcome to the raid with you and your party of 5. You join us with Mustafa Amini coming in for his second run. Mustafa Amini sat on an 88.7, currently in second position. He's going to have to pull another run similar to that out of the bag in order to get things going. Out onto the wall here from Mustafa Amini. He knows he needs this. This is to keep him in contention for the championship this weekend. Big transition from Mustafa Amini. Look at him fulfill that outer zone. Absolutely beautiful through there, round and across the line. Mustafa Amini means business this weekend. Phenomenal stuff from him. As we go back, you can see on the replay just how aggressive Mustafa Amini is feeling. He wants to be right up in there in the mix for the whole weekend. That transition onto the wall was so ballsy from Mustafa Ramini. You can see how much the back end of the car flexed as he went into that. As we go back, still don't know why our system is doing this, folks. It's going to get really boring really quickly because it means everything has to be refreshed manually. So do not worry. As that score pops in, Mustafa Ramini's score is definitely going up from there. Dylan Fink comes to the line in the background. As we wait for the final score for Mustafa Ramini from his second run. Do not be alarmed by that second run at the moment. Mustafa Ramini's score is dropping into place. I can tell you it is definitely in the ballpark, if not higher, than his first run. Is this going to move Mustafa Ramini up to the top of the leaderboard? Josh Hartshorn's score for him starts with a 9. Max Cotton's score for him starts with a 9. Blade Johnson's score for him also, big score from Mustafa Ramini, 85.3 after the second run. That is phenomenal, keeping him locked into second position for the time being. Mustafa Ramini will be happy with that. It updated, you just saw that 91 there flash up into the background. So Mustafa Ramini jumps up to an 89.9 average, almost a 90 for Mustafa Ramini there. As we go back to the start line, this is a big run now for our next driver, Dylan Fink. He knows that he can get the good score here. Dylan Fink has been driving beautifully so far this weekend in both practice and his first qualifying run. Is he going to be able to put down a second run worthy of that first one? Oh, that's a shame for Dylan Fink. That impact with the wall costing him that entire second section of the track, really. Let's go back, have a look at this again. What a shame for Dylan Fink. This first section, beautiful from Dylan Fink, nicely out, just about fulfilling 2, but beautiful into 3 and 4. That's the aggression that we want to see there. Wall run there through 4 for Dylan Fink, and then this transition into 5 was absolutely spot on. The problem started here for Dylan Fink as he transitions out of 5 into 6, gets onto the wall, gets on the throttle, just has that little wobble as he catches the wall, and then that forces him away from clip 7 at the end. Dylan will be furious with that mistake costing him that little last bit of score at the end, especially after such a strong first section. So we wait for Dylan Fink's score to drop in. Vakaris Alukas is on the line. Yeah, the judges really hammering Dylan on that big correction. It cost him so much of the line through that final section of the course. Such a shame for him. And the score drops in for Dylan Fink, putting him in 10th position for the time being, and he will know that that is possibly not going to be enough. Unfortunate for Dylan Fink, but there is still hope. We have seen lower scores than that today. Let's see how things play out as we go back to the start with Vakaris Alukas. Vakaris Alukas comes off the line swinging. He wants this. He is on a good score from the first run. Massages that car. You can see he had to make that adjustment and then uses a lot of left foot braking through there. Vakaris Alukas really checking that car up using that left foot to keep it positioned where he wants it to be. Now onto that outside line all the way through. Our judge is going to penalise that left foot braking, that amount of it for sure, as he gets back on the throttle all the way through this section. This is what we wanted to see. It's a beautiful line from Vakaris Alukas, but is it going to get penalised because of that left foot braking? Let's go back and have a look at the replay. Vakaris Alukas, good line. You can see where the problems were for him there though. Brett Wolford in the background coming up for his second run. Vakaris Alukas on an 84.3 from his first run. It's going to be similar, it's got to be in the ballpark. Brett Wolford on the 80.3 from his first run. Let's go across, let's have a look. Vakaris Alukas drops into place. His score's coming up on the board now. Our judges liking it pretty much exactly the same as they liked his first run. A score from Vakaris Alukas cements him into 5th position with an 85.4. Very nice for Vakaris Alukas. He will be happy to have got a score like that on the board. Look at him just sitting at the bottom of that leaderboard there, but that is all big scoring stuff from exactly the kind of people we would expect to get those big scores as we move on. This is now Brett Wolford coming off the line, ready to go. Brett Woolford firing all the way through that outer zone at 2. This is Brett Woolford on all cylinders. Look at this from Brett Woolford. Little bit of a bobble through there. That is actually a bump in the track. That's not him coming off throttle and braking early. Nice line from Brett Woolford. This is going to be crucial. Can he keep it out of the wall on the transition and stay on the throttle? Oh, and it ends up coming up a little bit short, Brett Woolford. But overall, this is great commitment all the way through and across the line. Brett Woolford. As Darren Baker makes his way to the line. Brett Woolford using the throttle on that big Mustang to push it away from the wall. You can see very little left foot braking from Brett Woolford through here, actually, compared to some of our other drivers. Just settles the car there, but it brings him up a little bit short. He will have wanted to go just a few centimetres deeper there than he did in that run. But Brett Woolford putting down a qualifying score. That is the crucial bit as we wait in the background. Now, coming up to the line, Darren Baker. Brett Woolford on an 80.3 from his first run. I can tell you that is going to go up. Brett Woolford is pulling himself up into contention with an 86.3. Brett Woolford gets into 6th place. This is a great run from him. He'll be very, very happy with that as we move on. Our next driver on the line, Darren Baker. Darren wants this a lot. He is one of the drivers that really wants to get up into the top end of qualifying here. Darren Baker on a nice outside line all the way through. Fires that car up and around turn 1. Nicely out into 4. Big transition here. Remember, this slowdown absolutely crucial to the way that the entire course runs and develops. Beautifully onto the wall from Darren Baker there. He's just got to make sure there's no corrections here. This is where we've seen it. It turns out that both of those decel zones into that final section are absolutely crucial. But Darren Baker, beautiful line from him through there. Let's go back and watch that on the replay. I want to see that again. Brandon Patrick coming up to the line for his second run, but Darren Baker, look at this from him. Big flick transition, gets the slowdown sorted and back onto the throttle there nicely. That is the crucial point there. We've seen that. And then keeping it out of the wall into 6. A lot of the drivers losing it a little bit through there as they just try to push for those very last few points. A beautifully smooth run from Darren Baker there. That's not his final score. That is just the system refreshing as Brandon Patrick comes to the line in the background. Darren Baker's score 88.7 from his first run. 90 in the second puts Darren Baker into 3rd for the time being. He will be very happy with that. We are seeing some of these guys doing some great runs here. Judges liking that smooth throttle control into that second section. Here is the man who currently has the highest first score of the night, 91.3 from Brandon Patrick. Is he going to be able to tidy it up? He doesn't drop his wheel this time. Is this Brandon Patrick going for the 100-point run? This is a fantastic line so far. Slots it nicely into the outside zone at 5. Good line here. Absolutely as much of that as you could possibly use without making a correction. Oh, and then just as I say that, coming into that second section, Brandon Patrick makes a small mistake. He won't be getting that 100-point run this time around, but overall, what a phenomenal run from Brandon Patrick as we go back up to the start. See it on the replay here. Brandon Patrick is firing through that first section onto that outside line. Doesn't drop the wheel there at 2 like he did the last time on his first run. Still got that 91.3. This transition here, Brandon Patrick gets nicely out into the wall. There's just a little moment where I think actually that's lag. He runs that beautifully. But this is going to cost his score a little bit. That transition across just pulls him away from 6 a little bit early as he comes round and across the line. What do the judges think of that though? Let's have a look. 91.3 from his first run. He was on 47 and 48 point scores for his line there. I can tell you that it is 46s and 45s. He's lost 3 points across his line score versus his first run, and that'll be just coming up. Maybe he could have gone a little bit deeper into 2 and coming away from the wall early at 6, but it is still going to be a monster score. Is it going to be enough to keep him in the 90s overall, or is Brandon Patrick going to drop down into second position? It's an 89 from Blade Johnson. It's an 87 from Will Hartshorn. And it's a Just waiting on Max Cotton score. D-Mech driver. BDC Pro. All-round good kid. Max Cotton. There we go, an 89 from Max Cotton. So he is holding on to first position after all of that. Wow. Brandon Patrick, 89.8, just drops out of the 90s, but that actually means that he should be in second position. We'll have to have a look at that. Mustafa Amini got an 89.9. We will double check that system not displaying correctly. But what a fight. We have not seen two 90-point runs from anyone yet, but that is a fight right at the top of the sharp end of the table. As we see Olof Eriksson, after that mistake in the first run, he's trying to keep everything tidy through here, but he's managed to just hold that car out of the wall. That was beautifully held from Olof Eriksson. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep him up in contention, but what an aggressive run from him as he manages to make it round and across the line. And you can see here just how fast that car is. Look at Olof Eriksson going for that first section. Big dive from him. Just having to massage the car away from the wall. Did a beautiful job of not getting absolutely stuck in that wall. Manages to get back on the throttle all the way through this section. A nice run from Olof Eriksson. Not without its mistakes, as we could clearly see. But is it going to be enough to pull him into the big show tomorrow? 75.7 his first run. It's going to be in that ballpark again. That one mistake from his first run costing him hard, and the rest of that run again in the second run. Beautiful, except for the one section where he had a mistake. So we are waiting for those judges' scores to drop in. .73, putting him into 9th position for Olof Eriksson. At least that keeps him in the hunt for the big show. So we're starting to see these scores dropping in. We can see what the top end looks like. This is the kind of range of scores that we're seeing at the moment. Mustafa Amini and Brandon Patrick, I think they're the wrong way round. We can see they're the wrong way round actually. 89.9 Mustafa Amini. Brandon Patrick on the 89.8. So we will update that. That is our system having some kind of fit, because it's obviously decided they're too close together. But that should be Mustafa Amini at the top of the charts with that 89.9, and Brandon Patrick 89.8 in second. Darren Baker 89.4. Look how close that all is. Brandon Gardner in 87. Vikaris Lucas 84.8. Brett Wolford 83.3. Robert Kaczynski 79.5. Danielis Parangowska 77.9. Olof Eriksson 74.5. Dylan Fink 72.5. Emil Leerud 69.7, sorry, and Ian Koenig 62.2. The other four drivers in that top 16, all on zeros, no shows. We have not had a single 0-point run so far this event. Now that is extraordinary. Normally by this point we've had at least one person not manage to put a score on the board. This is what we mean. It's a fast flowing track with great technical layout, but it is very, very tricky to get those 100-point scores here. However, our drivers real close. They are having a fantastic time on this course. Coming up next, we are going to see Alexander Jaegaard, Ryan Sider, Joachim Haig, Jakub Kitavi, Vadim Abramov, Guillermo Cabrera, Lucas Gockel and Paavo Nurmi. Those are your next 8 drivers onto the server. Alexander Jaegaard, the first driver coming up to the line already. He is set and ready to go. Let's go straight back to the action. We're moving on as we're starting to see how this is shaping up for the final. This is your TGDC Pro Round 4 Grand Finale. Here we go. Alexander Jaegaard off the line. Stephen Smith saying in the chat, there it is, he's cursed the next driver. in this position? Let's find out, because Alexander Jaeger almost top qualifying last time. So he was second overall at round 3 on the qualifying scores, and Alexander Jaeger's going on a tear here. Look at him absolutely fulfill that outer zone. This is a track that Alexander Jaeger has driven before. This could well be your man to top qualifying. That was a phenomenal run from Alexander Jaeger. I want to see that again. What a beautiful run from him. Absolutely firing his way through that first section. Turns out Ryan Sider is a no-show. Hope he's well. All the best to him. We know he's been having some problems at the moment with various other things. Good memories. Yes, first and second place are the wrong way round. We don't know why the system's doing that. This is one of our automated systems in the background. It's meant to be able to decide between two scores based on who has the highest line score, but it's clearly decided that the line score there is overriding. You are correct. Mustafa Amini is currently in first place on that, as we wait in the background for Alexander Jaeger's score to drop in. Ryan Sider will not be competing this weekend, which means Joachim Haig is our next driver. Alexander Jaeger, what a score from him. 89.3. Sorry, 99.3. That is a phenomenal score from Alexander Jaeger. Brilliant work by him as we go back to the start. This is Joachim Haig coming off the line. Absolutely firing through the gears, determined to get that big car up to speed. Good line from Joachim Haig, nicely through there, beautifully settled in that RB27 S14. You can see the lights come on, gets his transition across. Back on the power, really gets the hammer down through that section, just using that left foot brake to keep the car absolutely stable. Beautiful line, look at that from Joachim Haig. That is got to be up there really near the top of our leaderboard so far. Another phenomenal run. Where have these guys been hiding these brilliant runs as we join him, just coming away from clip 1, onto that outside line. Great through there from Joachim Haig. This transition was beautifully executed, gets back on the throttle, and only once he's in the zone does he get that little bit of left foot braking, runs that all the way around. Now across onto the transition. This is a really nice run from Joachim Haig as he comes all the way around, through and across the finish. Let's go back to the scores. Joachim Haig waiting for that score to drop in. It's going to be a big one. It's not going to be topping the leaderboards just because of that amount of left foot braking. I'm seeing the drivers getting hammered by the judges on that extreme amount of left foot braking, but I can tell you that it is definitely going to put him in contention. We wait for that to update. 81.4 Joachim Haig. If he can do that line again, but without that much left foot braking, he will be in with a serious chance of getting to the top of that leaderboard. Jakob Kadavi, our next driver, on the line. As the light goes green, start line marshal Anders Unger gets us underway. Jakob Kadavi goes for that big flick initiation, gets back on the power, but it's pulled him in and away from clip 2. Doesn't manage to get all the way out to clip 2, but manages to wrangle the car out to the outside line a little bit late there. Now he's back on the power. This is a good section for him here. Beautifully held on the slowdown, now back on the throttle all the way through here, but we've seen that the drivers have been penalised for excessive left foot braking. Is this going to be something that we see coming across the line here? Nice run, Jakob Kadavi. That car is a rocket ship round here as we see him here. We just see this mistake from him as he has to massage that car out to the outer zone at 2, and then he's back on the throttle all the way through. Flick transition, there's the slowdown, back on the power with the left foot brake, all the way around that outside line onto the throttle. This transition crucial, you can see him get the car settled, but that first section definitely going to cost him points as we go back. Jakub Kadavi score. Waiting for it to drop in. $78.1 for Jakub Kadavi. Puts him into 10th position for the time being. Vadim Abramov comes up to the line in that RPS 13 with a 2JZ under the hood. Vadim Abramov wants to get a good score on the board here. Off the line for Vadim Abramov. Gets that flick initiation nicely out into turn 1 there, using that left foot brake to just keep the car wide. Really nice into clip 2 there, and 3 from Vadim Abramov. This is a beautiful line from him here. Goes for that transition, gets onto the power, nicely using that left foot brake to stay out of the wall. Not quite fulfilling clip 5 as much as we've seen from others, but in the right place. Vadim Abramov on a nice line here, gets wrapped round and across the finish. That will definitely be enough to make him feel confident that with another strong second run, he will be able to get into the big show. A good showing from Vadim Abramov, as you see here, really nicely out onto that outside line, then gets the transition round and across, back on the throttle through this section, massages the car out onto the wall, then this transition here all the way across. Little bit shallow on that wall versus some of the guys who've been getting into the 90s, but it is a really strong line from Vadim Abramov. Let's go back and see how that score is going to play out. Guillermo Cabrera going to be our next driver on the line. Vadim Abramov score. $77.8 for Vadim Abramov. There was quite a lot of left foot braking there as well, but also not fulfilling those outer zones as much as others have been. Koenigsegg almost seems unfair to expect to fill that corner fully without left foot braking. Then now some of these drivers will be extra cautious. I think it is important to say here that, obviously for a start, I'm not judging, but it's important to say there's a difference between using left foot braking and riding the left foot brake the whole way round that section. It's an important distinction, and one that we have to be really careful of in this situation. So as we see coming off the line here, this is Guillermo Cabrera. Guillermo Cabrera absolutely firing through that section. Really nice from him as he gets the transition across. Lucas Gockel will be our next driver, but Guillermo Cabrera, oh, look at that. Beautifully filling that outside zone. Just a little touch of left foot brake there. The other thing is you can see visibly when the cars slow down. Oh, that's a shame. Guillermo Cabrera hitting that wall at 6 and it taking him wide at 7. We've seen that line before. We've seen that cause people problems before. That is a real shame. We go back. Guillermo Cabrera. Beautiful on that outside line. Really fired through that first section, and this was lovely as well. Out into that outside line as well. This is beautiful so far. Guillermo Cabrera on an absolutely tearing run until this section here. You just see him catch that wall, just pushing as hard as he can, and you see how much of an angle correction it makes for him and how much it pulls him up shy on clip 7. Such a shame for him because the rest of that run really had him in position for a top qualifying run, but you can see already dropping in the judges' scores. Unfortunately, a mistake like that going to get hammered by the judges. We're seeing a 69 from Josh Hartshorn in the background there. Max Cotton just making his decision on that. That line score really hampered by a correction that big. As we see things starting to drop in. Max Cotton gives Guillermo Cabrera a 76. Not marking that correction down as harshly as Josh did, but still definitely, sorry, it's now dropped down 75. Still definitely making a difference there as we wait for Blade Johnson's score to drop in. Blade, one of the judges from UK and European Championship Drift Outlaws. Guillermo Cabrera, 71.7 for him there as we go back to the start line with Lucas Gockel, the first of our drivers to be using the S13.5, the RB28 powered S13.5. This car, with the exception of its styling, fundamentally the same kind of setup as you would see from Dwayne McKeever. We know this car has all of the potential in the world. Beautiful line from Lucas Gockel up until 4 there. Just a little bit shallow onto 4. And oh no! I've cursed him. It's the first curse of the day so far. Lucas Gockel, finally our first driver. That is a definite 0 for him, and that is such a shame. Lucas Gockel was on a phenomenal run until that mistake. We won't emphasize that too much for him. He will be gutted enough without us harping on about it. Sorry, that's the wrong replay. I can confirm already that is a 0 for Lucas Gockel. What a shame for him. We go back to our first driver from this group. Alexander Jaegard coming up to the line. He is ready. Siren, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Stephen Smith in the chat. At least I won't be the first 0. Oh, Lucas, I was gutted to see that. You were on an absolutely phenomenal run through that first section. What's going on? Parvo Normie, I do apologise. It's Parvo Normie that we are currently watching. Parvo Normie on a nice run through that first section. Parvo Normie gets out to that outside section beautifully at 5. Back on the throttle here. And round through this transition, nicely timed from him. Just comes away a little bit from 6 early, but gets himself onto that inside line at 7. The briefing that we gave the drivers, they must try and make sure they get all the way round onto that outside line as quickly and cleanly as possible. As we go back across to Parvo Normie's run, you can just see the replay taking a section to catch up there. Now onto that outside line, this good through here. Cooney Garage, thank you for the follow, welcome along. Good transition into here. Parvo Normie just comes away from 5 a little bit there, and that will hurt his score, especially as he then also comes away from 6. Nice overall line, but nowhere near that full maximised outside section that we have seen from some of the runs so far. Alexander Jaegard will be the next driver. We are going back round to the start of this group. Parvo Normie there, just waiting for his score to drop in. It is going to be higher than that 55. That's just where the system refreshed. 71.3 Parvo Normie. He'll understand the reason for that. Won't feel too disheartened. Knows he'll be able to do better with a quick adjustment of his line. Just got to get a little bit deeper into those wall rides. So we go back. This is the man that everyone's eyes are on now. Alexander Jaegard on a 93.3 from his first run. Alexander Jaegard will be absolutely determined to get a similar score and start his life off for the weekend with a top qualifying position. 93.3 the score on the board at the moment. Look at that from Alexander Jaegard. Absolutely storms his way through right out to the wall at 4. Big transition. Look at the angle and aggression from Alexander Jaegard as my system has decided to freak out. He won't have crashed there. It looks like that's absolutely fine. The judges will have their own screens. Don't forget, the judges have their own telemetry, their own replay. It's just the lag at my end as we see him, Alexander Jaegard, firing through. What a phenomenal run from Alexander Jaegard. If that does not keep him at the top of qualifying, I do not know what will, unless there was something that we saw in that moment of lag, unless there was a moment where my system saw something that didn't happen, or if the judges saw him go into the wall there at their end. They've got the telemetry on at their side. They've got the ability to see all of this in the replay. That moment there where he ends up teleporting sideways, did that actually have wall contact, or was that just my system glitching out? Let's see. So we go back, round and through. He's across the line on the replay. Alexander Jaegard, run 2. 93.3 in his first run. I can tell you that he has at least one extra score in the 90s from Josh Hartshorn. Joachim Haig comes up to the line in the background. We wait for the second score to drop in. Oh, it's going to be big. Alexander Jaeger, the first driver to double 90. Alexander Jaeger, 91.7, puts him in first position. A commanding position then at 92.5, his average score. That is going to feel real good for him. And remember, it's Mustafa Amini in second. We're going to update those scores. I'm just working our way through as we go back. Joachim Haig comes off the line. He's on an 81.3 from his first run. Nice line from Joachim Haig there. That's the sort of thing he'll have wanted to get sorted. Really good from him through here. Don't forget, he got marked down for using excessive left foot braking in his steep. Oh, Joachim Haig! Oh, that is such a shame. All of that speed and grip dialed in, and it was just too much. Joachim Haig goes wide on that transition. We will not need to see the replay. I don't want to rub it in for him too much. Joachim Haig will definitely have zeroed out on that run. We will move straight on to Jakub Kadavi's second run. This transition, Joachim Haig just got it onto the grass in the transition. What a shame for him. As we go back to the start line, Jakub Kadavi is your next driver. Vadim Abramov will be second. Jakub Kadavi currently on a 78. Here come the lights. Jakub Kadavi off the line cleanly. Remember, those start line cones are solid. If you hit them, you end up with a penalty. And Jakub Kadavi not making it out to 2 for a second time. That is definitely going to cost his score quite seriously there. The fact that he wasn't able to correct that from his first run. But Jakub Kadavi gets into the wall. Oh, that's a big correction from Jakub Kadavi coming off the wall. That is really going to harm his score, just as I was pointing out things that were not going his way. And there's a third issue. Jakub Kadavi just not having the run he will have wanted. Let's have a look at that on the replay. You can see the pressure starting to get to our drivers as they come through these sections. Sorry folks, if we actually go to the replay, that would help. Jakub Kadavi. His score is dropping in. He will not be loving it though. It's in the 60s, a definite markdown from Jakub Kadavi. This is where it starts to really go wrong after that first issue. And then here on the wall again from Jakub Kadavi. That is really heartbreaking for him to have had those issues going through. Vadim Abramov, our next driver. Jakub Kadavi's score waiting to drop in here. 60.6. Jakub Kadavi will know that he has cost himself a chance at qualifying there. Those 3 errors. One of our judges in the chat, Josh Hartshorn, saying that, oh, that's even worse. Why don't you rub it in? Joachim was on a really high full marks line score until the 0. He put it in the wall. That is a way to make the man feel really bad, Josh. That's brutal. As we go back to this is Vadim Abramov on his second run. Vadim Abramov currently sat on a 77.7 as he comes firing through here. Vadim Abramov determined to get that score up. Look at that, left foot braking to keep it out of the wall. This is a better run from Vadim Abramov, but he's still a little way off that wall as he comes through now. This transition crucial, less left foot braking from him, and he leaves it later on the wall through 6 there. A much nicer line from Vadim Abramov, looking really strong in that section there. Is it going to be enough for him to get that score on the board? Comes back round, you can see, nice run from him all the way through there. Jakub Kadavi, oh my god, I suck. No dude, you don't suck, you just had one of those runs where sometimes things just go against you. Do not stress, you do not suck. Jakub Kadavi, I can tell you this is a Vadim Abramov, I can tell you this is a massive, massive step forward for him, taking it from the mid-high 70s up into the mid-high 80s across the board with our judges. Vadim Abramov locks into 8th place, 86.6 his score there. Very nicely done from him, congratulations. That is the score he will have wanted all along. As we go back to the start, we see Guillermo Cabrera back on the start line. Cabrera off the start line as those lights go green. This is crucial for him. He's got to lock in a good score here. Guillermo Cabrera nails that outside line. And even just as I say it, he ends up having that wobble and comes away from it, missing out on 2 and struggling at 3, but fills 4 nicely. Now the transition. Oh, you can see that one wheel on the grass just managed to keep it out of the wall there. We almost thought we were going to see another Joachim Haig moment where that grass drop just cost him the entire run. But this is much better from Guillermo Cabrera in the second half of the run and across the line. And that, I think, is the crucial thing here, folks. We're seeing this is very much a run of 2 halves. That entire first corner counting very, very highly here. You just see Guillermo Cabrera having that error in that section, and then pretty much as you transition away from 4 just there, this is now a totally different type of run. Very technical out onto this wall ride. This transition into 6 causing people problems as they just try to keep everything massaged under control and nicely across the line. Let's go back to Guillermo Cabrera's score. Have a look at this drop into place. As we see Lucas Gockel, who unfortunately got that 0 in his first run, coming up to the line. I can tell you that Guillermo Cabrera's score significantly better in his second run, puts him up into 11th, an average 79.7. Guillermo Cabrera moving himself up into contention with that run. Now Lucas Gockel knows that he got that 0 on the first run. He will be pretty certain that he is not going to be seeing top 32 competition at the big show tomorrow. Lucas Gockel will have no doubt in his mind that he has got to put on a show here. It is the final round. This is the grand finale of TGDC Pro. This is his last run almost in order to get himself out onto that outside edge. He's got the one last chance to show the world what could have been. And Lucas Gockel does probably the best first section of that corner that we've seen so far. Lucas Gockel now going for that transition all the way across onto that outside edge. Really incredible line from Lucas Gockel as he goes through that section. Oh no, I'm just seeing what's happening in the chat. So oh my god, 5, 6. So for those of you who are watching on the YouTube, the reason I'm just suddenly losing my mind is because that is now 7 or 8 people have now put in runs. Basically, you can redeem your Twitch points to get an ASMR commentary. Oh my god. I have so much regret, but Lucas Gockel, you've got to hand it to him. Lucas Gockel just put on the run that he wanted to put on. That is brilliant run from him. It is such a shame to see that it did not go his way in the first. I'm going to have to count these up. Could someone, because I'm on the multi-stream chat, could someone please just keep a tally of how many ASMR streams I'm going to have to do? I'd made it so that we could... So an 80-point run for Lucas Gockel. That is what could have been for him. As we go back to Paavo Nurmi coming off the line, Lucas Gockel probably would have been in the big show if he'd had that score on the first one. I'm just waiting for us to know how many ASMR streams I'm about to have to do. So I made it that you could redeem points on Twitch for an ASMR commentary run. I will do it. I definitely need to put that more expensive. I thought I'd made it expensive enough. Oh my god, okay guys, I missed... Oh, let's do Paavo Nurmi's run first, and then I will have a look at this. It definitely needs to be more expensive. Parvo Nurmi putting in an absolutely phenomenal run all the way through there. Oh, guys, I can't do 61. No, I should have. Okay, I'm going to make those way more expensive. I played myself. I absolutely did. As Parvo Nurmi comes round and across on that section. Oh my god. I'm not going to be able to do the entire stream ASMR. Let's have a look at Parvo Nurmi's second run. $79.8. That is an improvement for Parvo Nurmi. Let's have a look at the standings. As we see there, Alexander Jaegard managing to top the charts at the moment with that 92.5, the only driver to get two 90-plus point runs. Brandon Patrick actually in third with that 89.8, Mustafa Amini 89.9. We will get those sorted before the next one. Darren Baker in fourth, Brandon Gardner in fifth, still hanging on to a high score there. Vakaris Lucas in sixth, Brett Wilford in seventh, Vadim Abramov jumps up into eighth position, well done to him. Robert Krasinski in ninth, Danielis Parangauskas in 10th, Guillermo Cabrera gets into 11th position, and Parvo Nurmi hanging on to 12th ahead of fellow Scandinavian Olaf Eriksson. Dylan Fink drops into 14th position, Emil Leyrud still in 15th, Jakob Kadavi in 16th, Ian Koenig and Joachim Haig rounding out the scores. Oh, sorry, and Lucas Gockel rounding out the scores there. Those last two getting 50% score maximums after zeros on 2 runs. We move on into the next section. Yeah, so I have dramatically played myself. I've also underestimated how many people would want me to whisper sweet nothings in their ear, as Rousey has just put it. So I'd created a redeemable that was ASMR commentary. I'm going to edit that right now. I had not expected that to be anything like as popular as it's proved. I'll tell you what I'll do, guys. I'll do this entire group ASMR and reset the the counter on that. If I can find it. I've played myself so completely here. As we wait for these next set of drivers to drop in. Oh, Ian Koenig, thank you very much for the resubscription. Do the battles in ASMR. If you guys want the battles in ASMR, you're going to have to hang on to some of those points, because I'm about to rack them right up so that you cannot abuse this quite so aggressively as you are at the moment. As we go through, just trying to adjust these as quickly as I can. Channel points. Manage rewards. Oh my god. There we go. Let's try that. Made my life a tiny bit easier, I hope, as we go forward. I've put the cost up to 10,000. Stephen Smith, thank you for the share. Brandon Patrick manifesting staying third place. I need a break. I think 10k is probably a little bit high. Although people are saying they've got 20k worth of points. Let's do that. 5,000. How's that? That should be fair for everyone as we see people coming up to the line. Our first driver of this group, Cormac Guard. Comes off the line, Cormac Guard, our next driver. And I'm going to start by doing the ASMR commentary on Cormac's run, as I have promised. Cormac Guard on a phenomenal run here. Absolutely beautiful, out to the outside line. Goes for the transition. Onto the wall. Gets back on the power beautifully, and now on the transition into that outer zone. Back on the power all the way through. A phenomenal run from Cormac Guard as he gets across the line. I said I'd do it. I said I'd do it. I won't do the replay as well because that's just too much. So Cormac Guard on a really nice line all the way through there. I'm going to do this entire group, their first runs on that, because you guys have used the points and I had massively underestimated the love of that. So here we go. Cormac Guard gets that transition nicely timed all the way across onto the outside line, back on the throttle all the way through here. Cormac Guard going to be feeling real strong after that run. And yet again, it has defaulted to William Holloway. Cormac Guard, I'm seeing his scores drop in. This puts him in contention. If he can get another slightly better run on his second run, he is in serious contention for a top level score. Cormac Guard slotting in with that 86.6. Very nice from him. As we move across, our next driver on the line is going to be Jamie Healy. No, Jamie Healy is not available. Jamie Healy's pulled out, so it's going to be Josh McGleenan. Josh McGleenan, our second driver on the line now from this group. And you can see here another driver using the RPS 13 2JZ powered car. As we come off the line with Josh McGleenan, Josh McGleenan gets through the start cleanly, goes for that big flick initiation onto the outside line. Beautifully executed from him through there. This transition crucial. Gets it nicely slowed down but lacks some of the angle that we've seen from the other drivers. This transition now. Back on the power early. A good bit of positioning from Josh McGleenan as he comes round and through and across the line. So for those of you who have just joined us and are confused by what's happening, I mistakenly set the threshold for the ASMR line chat a little bit too low, and an awful lot of people have redeemed points to get it. So I'm going to do this entire group's first run, not the replay, just the first run in the ASMR styling, just because I played myself. Josh McGleenan on a good run there. You could just see as he came into outer zone 2. A little bit of a problem for him. Not quite getting the angle that we've seen from the really highest scoring guys. Josh McGleenan. Score dropping in. And that's looking strong for him though. 79 puts him into 11th place. Josh McGleenan getting that score on the board, which is all he really cares about. Next up onto the line is going to be Anestis Jacoubelis. What is he going to be able to put down here as we start to see these scores building up? Anestis Jacoubelis in that GT86. We know these cars are incredibly fast, the GT86s. Is he going to be able to take advantage of that and put down an aggressive run? As Anestis Jacoubelis comes off the line. Big flick initiation from him. Out to the outside edge. Good movement through clip 3 and 4. Gets the transition done nicely. That's the angle we wanted to see. All the way onto that outside line. Then the transition back across. Full throttle commitment all the way through there from Anestis Jacoubelis. And across the line. So Anestis Jacoubelis gets the job done there. You guys are just having the best time in the chat. A great run from Anestis Jacoubelis, getting the job done through that first section. You can see he's managed to get the power down all the way through, and this transition, compare that to Josh McGleenan on the last run. That's exactly what you want to see. That big angle up on the way into that clipping point, then back on the throttle nicely. That is really swinging across onto the other side. good commitment all the way through from Anestis Chikoulis. Let's see how that score is going to drop in for him, and it just keeps on defaulting back to William Holloway. So that score not finalised. We're just waiting on those last few points to drop in. Max Cotton liking it, giving him an 82. Josh Hartshorn on a 78. What does Blade Johnson think it's worth? That is what Blade Johnson thinks it's worth. A 79.6 from Anestis Chikoulis. As we head back, who is our next driver coming up to the line? It is going to be... It would be Daryl Diaz, but I think it's going to be Artem Makashenko. Daryl Diaz has withdrawn from competition this week. Our number one points leader, the man who has topped qualifying and won almost all of the events, well, certainly won round 1 and 2 and came very, very close, came into the top 4, I believe, or the top 8 in the last round. He is still well clear at the top of the championship. If he'd won round 3, he probably would have had an unassailable lead. But we move on. Artem Makashenko instead... You guys are enjoying yourselves in the chat there. Has Augusto just... Oh, no way. Augusto spending the big dollar to get yet another one out of it. Here we go for it. This is Artem Makashenko goes for... Sorry. Artem Makashenko goes for that big flick initiation. Gets himself out to the outside line nicely. Good angle on the slowdown. And now onto the outside line. Gets the hammer down all the way through. Onto the inside edge and across the line. I have so many regrets right now. I have so many regrets. I think I need to go home and reconsider my life. Those of you who have just joined us, thank you, welcome along. So what's happening here is that I made the mistake of allowing people to redeem tokens for to redeem tokens for ASMR commentary during certain runs, and I don't think I've ever regretted anything quite so much in my recent adult life, as these guys have gone absolutely ham on booking it in. Do I have OnlyFans? Yeah, I can now do my OnlyFans because, you know, this isn't pornographic. Or is it? And Artem Makashenko, that was his first run. Let's have a look at how his scores are dropping in. This is not his final score. We're just waiting on that now. Nico Lappinen, the next driver to come up to the 9. Artem Makashenko's score dropping into place nicely now. 75.3 Artem Makashenko. It's going to be enough. Is it going to be enough for him there? As it comes off the 9, Nico Lappinen goes for the flick initiation in the PS13 with the LSX supercharged engine under the bonnet. The transition across, beautifully executed, but a small wall rub there, just stopping him from running that smooth line all the way through as he hooks it up onto 7 and across the line. People now saying how much in order to get Jordan Fry's advertising his OnlyFans, how much to do a hot tub stream tomorrow, get those viewers in with your beautiful personality. Yeah, this I think we're now into the weird part of the internet. So congratulations to everyone. Unfortunately, Nico Lappinen just having a little bit of an error as he goes into that section. You can see him come up a little shy on the wall, but managing overall a really good run. This is a strong showing from the young Finn, as we've seen him have some problems in some of the rounds so far. But Nico Lappinen getting that absolutely dialed in now. That's everyone that's in this group having now done their first run. What is Nico Lappinen's score going to be as it drops in? I can tell you it's that 75.3, looking nice for Nico Lappinen. Sorry, it's gone up. It's an 80. That's really good Let's go back to the start line. Cormac Guard getting his second run. Another driver benefiting from ASMR commentary. Clearly putting him in a better place as he comes off the line. Cormac Guard of Ireland goes for the flick initiation. He knows he's had a strong run from run 1. Now he's got to put down that second strong qualifying run. Out to the wall goes Cormac Guard. Gets the transition beautifully across. Fulfills out of zone 6 exactly as we want. And across the line. So that is Cormac Guard on his second qualifying run, doing the job that is asked of him nicely there. Cormac Guard getting everything sorted in that second qualifying run. Josh McLeanan's going to be coming up to the line shortly. He's ready to go on his second qualifying run. How far down the groups are we? Sobby Serby, I can't tab out to look at that just now. We're too busy. Was that the stash? Please tell me that was the stash. Yes, I can confirm, Ian, that was the moustache. As we're waiting for Cormac's score to drop in. His second score of the evening. I can tell you that this is looking really good for Cormac Guard. He is going to be very happy when he sees this score. We're just waiting for one final block to be filled in by Max Cotton. But I can tell you that Cormac has made it comfortably up into the 90s with that score. A 92, putting him into 4th place as we go back to the start line. Josh McLeanan gets himself underway. He wants to fulfill those zones and really pushing hard to try and get himself up into contention for a top 5 position. That's a much better transition from Josh McLeanan. Gets the transition dialed beautifully onto the outside line, through 7 and across the line. I really hope you guys are getting everything you wanted from this. I like, someone counted them up and said there's something like something like 60 of these. I'm not going to do 60. I made a mistake. I will do this entire group, their first run in ASMR, and then I will do one from the next group because Gusto claimed from that one. So, and then from now on, the points are worth what the points are worth. This was actually a really strong run from Josh McLean, and he's done a beautiful job there. So for those of you who are confused by what's going on in the background, I played myself. I set it so that there would be a points recovery for doing an ASMR commentary. And now I have the regretty. Anestis Jakubelis comes up to the line in the background. He wants to get a great score on the board on his second run. It was a nice aggressive run from Anestis Jakubelis. As we see things start to settle in, these scores coming up on the board for Josh McLeanan. It is a much better score than his first run. This is going to pull him right up into contention. I can tell you that Josh has given him one of the highest scores of the day so far. A big score on the board for Josh McLeanan. Huge, in fact. That's a 95 and a 93 from 2 of our judges, one of them being Max Cotton. And I can tell you that is actually our highest score so far of the entire day. Josh McLeanan pulls himself up. That second score pulling him right up into contention. Really well done to him. He will be very happy with that. As we move on, our next driver, Anestis Jakubelis, comes off the line. Going for this big initiation, Anestis Jakubelis. Onto the outside line, beautifully through 2. Now goes for the transition into 5. The wall run there is perfectly positioned for him to get back on throttle nice and early. And now through 7 and across the line. Anestis Jakubelis doing everything he needed right there to get everything set up. The ASMR commentary continuing to entertain people. I played myself so hard there. Message Kublis gets everything set up nicely through that first section. You can just see here, however, there is a little bit of a bobble as he just comes away from the wall a little bit early. I don't think this is going to be as high a score as he had in the first run. But Anestis Jakublis gets a nice score on the board nonetheless. Remember, 79.7 from his first run. I can tell you that coming away from those walls early has cost him in this second run. He is going to be down in the lower 70s off the back of this second run for Anestis Jakublis. Currently looking like it's going to be mid-low 70s in the second run. Artem Makashenko, our next driver, comes up to the line. Scores are dropped in. Anestis Jakublis gets the score on the board, putting him in 14th for the time being. Anestis Jakublis has qualified strongly in the past as we go back. Artem Makashenko comes off the line. That big flick initiation gets himself settled. Beautifully positioned in clips 1 and 2. And that's aggressive. Through 3 and 4. The slowdown into 5. Absolutely crucial here. He's on the throttle all the way past the wall. And then gets himself positioned nicely through 7 and across the line. So remember, folks, only a couple more coming of these ASMR commentaries. Drifting commentary should be completely ASMR, prove me wrong. Well, as long as you guys are having fun, that's the important bit. As we see here, Artem Makashenko trying to gather himself back up through these transitions, really having to work hard to get the car settled down into those positions in the slowdowns. Nico Lappinen, the last driver from this group, is going to be coming up to the line shortly. Artem Makashenko is going to be looking for that score to come up soon. Would really help if the system responded to what I'm pressing, as I hear Nico Lappinen getting himself into position in the background. Artem Makashenko on that 75.3 from the first run. I can tell you this is a much, much better score for him here. The aggression that he threw down there, bringing him up into contention. 82.7 his average score. Artem Makashenko managing to get a 90 for that second run. Well done to him until we go back to the start line. The last person from this group. Last person from this group now coming through. Nico Lappinen off the line. Nico Lappinen off the line. Getting himself into position with that big flick initiation. This is much better from Nico Lappinen. As he gets onto the outside zone and positions himself on the wall, floating nicely into clip 5. Oh, that's a 0 for Nico Lappinen. That is such a shame, as he was on for a qualifying position. I think I'm going to have to do justice for this. Nico Lappinen, that is such a shame for him. He was pushing so hard all the way through that, but I can confirm that he's going to be a 0 for Nico Lappinen, which means that at the end of that group, Alexander Jaegard comes out on top. 92.5 still. Brandon Patrick's actually in third. We're still working to sort that out. Brandon Patrick. Mustafa Amini, actually the wrong way around there. See if I can do something about that now. We will have a look at that and see if we can get that sorted, because Brandon Patrick should be sitting in third position, Mustafa Amini in second. Cormac Gard manages to get himself up into fourth with a phenomenal line through that section. His second run, the highest scoring run of the day so far. Darren Baker in fifth, Brandon Gardner in sixth, still hanging on there. Josh McGleenan in seventh, Vakaris Lucas, then Brett Wilford, Artem Makashenko up into 82.7 there into 10th, Vadim Abramov 82.2, Nico Lappinen was on for a score there. Something seems to have happened. Nico Lappinen not having his 0 score counted. He should not be on that section. Something has happened to the system. He should not be in that scoring position. Nico Lappinen is not actually going to be qualifying with that at all. There we go. That's dropped him out. Robert Kuczynski then in 12th. Danielis Parangauskas in 13th. Anestis Jagublis in 14th. Guillermo Cabrera 15th. Paavo Nurmi hangs on to 16th for the time being. Then Olof Eriksson, Dylan Fink, Emil Lerud, Jakub Kadavi and Ian Koenig, the last of our drivers who's put in 2 complete runs, followed by Joachim Haig, Lucas Gockel and Nico Lappinen. Sad to see those guys getting zeros on one of their runs, but only 3 zeros so far this round. That is really very impressive. So, our next group, starting at 10, we are going to send you guys to a very, very short advert break just while we get them into the server. We will be right back after these short messages from our sponsors.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, taking hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back as we continue on with our qualifying session at TGDC round 4 for our final event of the season. This is round 4, the grand finale, as our drivers battle it out to get a virtual drift championship license. It is so vital that our guys so vital for them to get this good performance down, and Steve Smith wants to get himself up into a position where he can hang on to his TGDC Pro license. Victor Lacheris not attending this round, so we move straight on to Steve Smith in this group. He is our next driver on the line. Stephen Smith from the UK ready to go. And I promised Augusto one more ASMR commentary, so Steve Smith gets the ASMR commentary as he fires in. That's a lovely, lovely line from Steve Smith. Comes up slightly shy on clip 4, but manages to get himself back out beautifully to clip 5. This transition was crucial for him, but he nails it back on the throttle and across the line. Well done to Steve. That's a phenomenal run from him for his first run of the day. We know Steve's been struggling with qualifying. And he has really pulled his socks up there. Just comes up shy on 4th, and judges will mark him down for that. That is a shame. But the rest of the run, this has got to be some of the best driving we've seen from Steve Smith. And so far, well, certainly on par with his second qualifying run at Sekia Hills last time, when he was on for a really high score, was going to put him right up into contention, but then had that impact with the wall. Steve Smith, his scores dropping in. Many people missing from this group, but I can tell you Steve Smith gets a good score on the board. He will be very happy with that, as Steve Smith gets a 78.6, putting him into 13th place for the time being. He will be thrilled with that. Now we come on to Hayley King, who qualified 32nd at the last round in TGDC Pro when she was competing at Sekia Hills. That was round 3. Managed to scrape into the top 32. Steve Smith made it through with a 78.6. Hayley King, our next driver, Buddy Stevens, Jimmy Calavano, Jared Snowden, Nathaniel Lamping, all missing from this group. So we will move straight on to Hayley King. Steve Smith from Team All Show No Go, getting support from his teammate Rise in the chat. Steve Smith will really want to get the qualifying sorted here. Hayley King, she was not feeling confident with this track earlier. She loves the track, so she's got it dialed in her car. Just finding it a little bit more tricky in the Tsujigiri Pro cars. She comes firing off the line, goes for that big flick initiation, gets nicely onto that outside line, just makes it into 1, hooked up beautifully into 2 there from Hayley King, riding that left foot brake, getting it slotted in onto 3. This transition is going to be crucial as she fills 4, gets into the slowdown. Nice from Hayley King. Little bit of a wobble there, minor correction, just gets into the wall. She will see that score get marked down, but she has got all of the parts of this run dialed in enough to at least get a score on the board. Hayley King pushes hard through 7 and across the line. It feels weird doing the commentary at full volume on this section now, doing it for the first part. So Hayley King getting a score on the board. It gives her something to work from going forward. She will want very much to get into the top 32 here. Nice line from Hayley King. This transition crucial. You can see she gets out onto that wall, just comes away from it a little bit early, a little bit of a wobble there. She wasn't as committed as she would have wanted to be, but making it round and across the line. So Hayley King, what is her score going to be? Still waiting for it to drop into place. Even with that correction, judges are giving that score on the board. Something she can definitely build from. Dante Rouse also not making it into competition this week. So Hayley King gets a score on the board. 73.7 puts her into 19th. As we go back, we are waiting for Shani Andrea to come up to the line. Shani Andrea, one of the other drivers using this Mustang, that big Mustang. Buddy Stevens, sorry guys, I'm at work putting a contract together for another project. Thanks for the opportunity to drive. Sad to not see you here, buddy. Thank you very much for joining in and watching, though. It's great to see you supporting the rest of the drivers in your class for this competition. See you all in street. Well, maybe you don't yet know. You might still have managed to hang on to your pro license. We will find out going forward as Rashandi Andrea comes off the line in this big Mustang. Rashandi Andrea goes for the flick initiation, gets nicely up onto that outside line there. He's got that hammer on the throttle there all the way down to the floor. Here he comes through this transition. This is going to be crucial. We know these big Mustangs don't slow down onto the wall cleanly unless you get it absolutely right, and Rashandi Andrea does exactly that. Gets it perfectly slowed down onto the wall before getting back on the throttle all the way out onto 6. This transition to 7, nicely flowing through there from Rashandi Andrea. That is what we wanted to see. A good run from him, putting himself in contention. Rise in the chat. This dude was good in the practice servers. Well, he's been looking good in qualifying as well. This is the kind of thing that we really wanted to see. Rashandi Andrea gets that transition again onto that wall. The standard this week at this track is so high compared to some of the events that we've had before where people have struggled with the technical low speed aspect of some of the tracks. Treventi Maurizio, thank you for the subscription. Welcome along as Rashandi Andrea's score starts to drop into place. Rashandi Andrea's score sliding in. The judges liking what they were seeing there. Except for some lack of filling on one of the zones. Max Cotton liking it a lot more than Josh. Can see, I can tell you the judge is not liking the amount of left foot braking in that. That is a real penalty for Rashandi Andrea. As we go back to the start line, we're going to see Steve Smith on the line for his second run. And because Gusto used up those points, Steve Smith gets his second run in ASMR as well. And then I don't think anyone else has claimed one back. Steve Smith on his second run, in with a chance of qualifying here. He's just got to put together the run that he knows he can put together. Nicely out onto that outside line. Steve Smith, beautiful so far. This slowdown, he's got to keep his concentration. Oh no, Steve! Oh, that is heartbreaking, Steve. Really beautiful through the first section, and then again the 0 at the end of the second run. Oh, Steve Smith knocking himself out of contention. Oh. Gordy, man, my butt puckered up a bit on the first roll and dropped the tyre. Yes, Ben. Run definitely looked like two different runs. Had some frame drops on the first outside. Glad I was able to pull it back. Well done, Gordy. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow. That was, Steve. I am heartbroken for Steve Smith. That was so good up until then. He's such a good driver, and the qualifying nerves getting to him every time at the moment. What a shame. As we go back to the start, this is now Hayley King on for her second run. She has a score on the board. Can she improve on it as she goes for that flick initiation? That was a really strong initiation from Hayley King. Look at that, fulfilling 1 and 2 beautifully. Now gets it hooked in onto 3. She has got that first section absolutely dialed. Fills the wall at 4. This is where she had a moment earlier. Oh no, Hayley's got it in the wall as well. As soon as our driver's dropping that wheel onto the grass on the way into the wall, just losing ground into that section. What a shame for both Hayley and Steve. Both of those drivers on phenomenal runs for the first half of their second run, and then having those issues, just throwing it into the wall on that section. This is heartbreaking. It's so hard to watch these good drivers lose it in that section. But we've said all along, this is a battle of two halves. You have got to get the score on the board in both runs. Sometimes just getting a score is better than getting an absolute outright high score. It is so hard to watch these good drivers losing out. As we go back to the start, Rashandi Andrea now has to do the same thing as our other drivers, just then he's got to put a second score on the board. Danny the Munchlax, what is the cutoff at the moment? We don't know at the moment. We've still got some drivers on 0. We don't know what the cutoff is going to be. Oh, Hayley, sad to watch. Rashandi Andrea now, though, on the track. He has got to put down this second run. He got a 70-something in the first run. Look at that. Nicely coming up there, but coming up short on 4. Our judge is absolutely brutal. Not using as much angle through there, and you can see he's come up short on 5 as well, but is on line to at least finish out the run. Comes away from 6 early. Rashandi Andrea short on 7 as well, but that will possibly be the nerves of having watched 2 other drivers get zeros on their score. Roshani Andrea on the replay. Knew I was in trouble from the entry. Hayley, fun while it lasted. Had a lot of fun doing this. It's been fantastic having you here. We really, really hope you come back for the next set of competitions. Whether you manage to hang on to your pro license or go down to street, whatever happens, we really hope that we have you here for the next competition. Roshani Andrea does manage to get himself into position there, as we see him now coming through with that second score. What is it going to be? 71 from the first run. I can tell you it's a much better score so far on the second run. In the 80s on the second run. This is more what we wanted to see from him. A great score from Roshani Andrea in 81 brings him up to 76 average overall, puts him into 15th position. Congratulations to him, really getting himself into position there in 15th. Appreciate the team putting on a great series, learned a lot. Thank you, Hayley. It's been great having you here. We will definitely see you next time. So that is the end of that group. We've had a lot of drivers not turning up. So someone asked in the chat, where's the cutoff at the moment? It is difficult to tell you because we still don't have the full line of people getting themselves into position here. But you can certainly see what the sharp end looks like. We still need to sort out the Mustafa Romani, Brandon Patrick issue. We don't know why that keeps on dropping in that way round. They are definitely the other way round on the track, on the actual sheet. For some reason, our system has decided to put them that way round. So Brandon Patrick and Mustafa Romani currently the wrong way round on that list. But you can see we've still got people who have not yet got themselves into that final section there. See if we can update this. Brandon Patrick in second place, still showing. I will spend some time sorting that. Good luck, everyone. Jamie Healy watching in a hot Bulgaria. Next, coming into this section, Steve berating himself in the chat. We start to see this. You can see already that that cutoff at the moment of the people who have done 2 runs. Ian Koenig 62.2. We know that's probably not going to be enough as things stand. The way that we're seeing this, loads of drivers in the 70s. My guess is going to be at the moment, as we're pretty much approaching the halfway point through the entire competition lineup so far, that we're going to realistically be looking at a cutoff in the mid-high 70s. I would say that everyone up to Guillermo Cabrera is at risk right now. That is what we're looking like right this second. What a complex system it is for people. So we go back to the start line. Our next set of drivers coming up now. I believe Max Hoyer, our first driver from this next group. Still waiting for him to join in. Oh, and sorry, I was waiting for Max Hoyer to join in, but Max Hoyer has been zeroed out. And then as we were waiting for Max Hoyer to join in, then that has absolutely gone apart for Justin Breyer. That is an immediate zero for Justin Breyer. We switched across to him just as he got to that stage. Tim Adjie also not here. Porter Stewart Holmes doesn't appear to be on the server. Shea McCullough is on the server, so at least we've got him. This is crazy, the number of drivers that we're seeing who are not here at the moment. Gabriel Viana also on the server. Sorry for this, folks. We're just trying to get that error with Brandon Patrick sorted so that his score comes up correctly. Here we go. So Shea McCullough on this outside line gets himself dialed in onto the outside section there, then gets hooked in onto clip 3. Not quite as tight as he wanted. Now goes for the transition there onto the outside edge. Good positioning from Shea McCullough all the way through this section. Now transitions across nicely into that outer zone. Then here pushing forward onto the inside edge. Good through clip 7 and across the line. Shea McCullough getting a score on the board. Let's see what it is. As we go back to the replay, Shea McCullough. Well, we don't go to the replay for some reason. Let's have a look at that. Nico Lappinen in the chat, kind of surprised from the 80 from the first run. In the second run, transition to the second wall. I knew it was too late as soon as I started to do it. Well, it is what it is. That is such a shame to see. Nico, you were on a storming run both times. As we go back, Shea McCullough also putting in a really good run through there. Let's have a look. He has managed to score. What is it going to be? Shea McCullough's score dropping into position. I can tell you that with those issues there, Shea McCullough onto a 71. He's in the top 20 for now, but that is not going to be where he wanted to be for that section. As we come back to the start line, Gabriel Viana is next. Gabriel Viana's next on the line. Here we go, Gabriel Viana off the line, goes for it in that PS13 with the LSX supercharged engine under the hood, out to the outside line, now hooking in nicely onto the inside edge. Gets himself positioned nicely to that outside zone. Oh, and I think we've got a connection issue. Looks to me like he made it. Is it our end? Oh, ping's gone up to 350. That is high. But he's managing to keep it under control. This is nice from Gabriel Viana. Gets that car positioned, but that is very hard to see what's actually happening there with that lag as he makes it round and across the line. So we go back to the replay. Onto that outside line nicely there. Good positioning from him. Let's see what's going to happen here with the judges' scores. position. Max Galeski is meant to be next. Has withdrawn from competition. As Dmitry Mitin. Hang on, Max Galaleski's doing a run. Max Galaleski was just in the middle of messaging me, telling me that he wanted a refund and to be withdrawn from competition, and has then done a run. Okay, well, he'll get a score on the board. We'll see how that plans out. Dmitry Mitin comes up to the line now. Dmitry Mitin goes for the flick initiation onto the outside line. Gets himself positioned all the way onto the outside edge. Nicely controlled by Dmitry Mitin into that point. Good transition from him into the slowdown. That's a really nice run from Dmitry Mitin as he makes it cleanly across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. So we're waiting for this to drop in for Dmitry Mitin. Still waiting on that score for Dmitry Mitin. Robin Gunningham should be next, but sorry, no, we've got this group, so it's Danny Rios, Max Hoyer, they've knocked out. Justin Breyer did his run. It will be his second run for Justin Breyer. He was on a 0 from that first run as we get back up to the start line. Dmitry Mitin with a score on the board. 81.7 for Dmitry Mitin puts him into contention. He will be very happy with that, I suspect, as we go back to that. Yeah, Brandon, don't worry. I've seen that you've not loaded onto the list. The system is having some kind of silliness. I have seen that. We will get that sorted. I don't know why your score is still showing on the system as correct, but for some reason you seem to have dropped down the list. So I will solve that very shortly. As we go back to Justin Breyer's second run, he got a 0 from the first one. He wants to not get that again. He wants to at least get a score on the board. Because remember, those scores mean a difference. Oh, it's our first double 0 of the day. It is our first double 0 of the day as Justin Breyer takes it into the wall there. Shay McCullough will be coming up next. As Shay McCullough goes for his initiation there onto that outside line. Nice positioning from him all the way through that section. Remember, Shay McCullough sitting on a good score from run 1. Now goes on to that transition. Good movement through 5 for Shay McCullough. This is going to be a strong run. And just as I say that, he comes up short on 6. That's going to harm his score quite badly because we've seen those top guys manage to really pin it to that section all the way through and across the line. Wow, Shay McCullough putting on a show in that final section. Good manoeuvring from him all the way through there. This slowdown then crucial. You can see Shay McCullough filling that zone nicely, but here he just comes up shy onto that outside zone at 6, doesn't fulfill it all the way, gets onto it at the beginning and at the end, doesn't hold that line perfectly through there. They will mark him down for that, but overall a very nice run from Shay McCullough, who will get that score onto the board. Let's go and have a look at this. Shay McCullough's second run score dropping into position. Shay McCullough gets his score on the board. So we go back to it. Shay McCullough's score on the board there as we go back to the line. And it is Gabriel Viana. Gets onto that outside line in the supercharged PS13. Goes for the transition across. Oh, and it's a wobble from Gabriel Viana, and he's managed to end up in the wall, but he's keeping on, managed to hold it out for that fast section. Now back up onto the outside line, keeps the power down all the way through this section and across the line. Let's have a look at that replay for Gabriel Viana. Yeah, you can see that problem for him as he comes into this section here. From his first run, Gabriel Viana currently sits on a 65. Is he going to be able to push that up? Is he going to be able to get into contention? We wait for Gabriel Viana's score to drop in. Gabriel Viana pulls himself up a little bit there. 66.9, he's in contention. So we go back to the start line. Max Galaleski off the line. Currently sat in the 90s, Max Galaleski goes for that flick nicely onto that outside line. Good positioning from Max Galilewski there, but comes a little bit shy at 3. That's going to harm his score, but he's going to have to get that gathered up. He knows he's on a good position through this line, beautifully filling outer zone 5. Now goes for the transition across into 6. That's nice from him. Gets it out to the wall there. This will still be a good score. It's definitely not going to be as good as his score from the first run, but it is definitely a score on the board. Max Galilewski on that line. You can just see that wobble at 3. That will hurt his score, but is it going to be damaging enough to stop him from getting up into a top position? His first score absolutely storming on that initial run. Max Galilewski in great position here. Let's see, Max Galilewski, just waiting for that to drop in. So Max Galilewski, 95.7 on his first run. This second score is definitely going to pull him down. How far is going to be the question. It's not going to be very far. Max Galilewski still up in the 80s, puts him into 4th for the time being. That first run holding him really steady right near the top of the qualifying tree. As we go back round and down to the start line for Dmitry Mitin for his second run. Just in time for the lights to go green. Here comes Dmitry Mitin off the line, powering through that section. Big flick initiation, goes onto the outside line, all the way through there. Good line from Dmitry Mitin. This is looking really strong from him onto that outside edge. Now gets out to 4. Before that transition beautifully onto the wall at 5. Dmitry Mitin trying to pull his score right up after that first run. Fulfills all of that outer zone. Nice at 6. Dmitry Mitin barely lifts at all as he makes that transition. This is a phenomenal run from Dmitry Mitin, round through and across the line. Let's go back, watch that on the replay. Dmitry Mitin absolutely pulling out all the stops there, determined to try and get that score on the board. Let's see where this puts him. Don't quite know why the replay didn't come for you guys, but there we go. Dmitry Mitin's second run coming in now. Look at that positioning from Dmitry Mitin. He has got that car absolutely railed to that outside edge. All the way through that. This is going to pull Dmitry Mitin right up into a competition position, I would say. Both Max Galilewski and Dmitry Mitin on storming runs here. Phenomenal driving from both of them. Where is it going to put him? Dmitry Mitin. 81.7 from his first run. Puts him into 13th for the time being, Dmitry Mitin. So how does that position us on their charts? For some reason, Brandon Patrick's score is not updating correctly. I am looking at Brandon Patrick's score on the system, and I can confirm that his score should not be that low. When I'm looking at Brandon Patrick's score right now on the system, he is on an 89.8. Brandon Patrick should be right at the top of that chart, up directly behind Mustafa Amini. Everyone from Mustafa Amini down is out of order until Brandon Patrick. He should be much higher up. We don't know why the system is doing that. I will have a go at fixing that very shortly, but Brandon, rest assured that we know that there is a problem there. I do not know what it's doing. But Max Galilewski pulling out all the stop slots in behind Darren Baker in what is actually 6th position. Darren Baker actually in 5th position. Brandon Gardner on 6th. He's actually 7th. Josh McLean actually 8th. Vikari Saluk is actually 9th. Brett Wolford actually 10th. Then Artem Makashenko onwards is correct. Artem Makashenko is 11th. Vadim Abramov into 12th position there. Dmitry Mitin into 13th. Very, very tight at this time in that middle section of the top 16. Robert Kaczynski, 79.5. The first of our drivers down in the 70s. Is that where the cutoff is going to fall as we get later on into that competition? Danielis Parangauskas 15th. Anestis Jakublis 16th. Rushandi Andrea in 17th, sorry, with 75.9. Look at this grouping in the mid-70s. Shane McCullough, 75.7. Guillermo Cabrera, 75.7. Pablo Normi, 75.5. Olaf Eriksson, 74.5. Dylan Fink, 72.5. Then down to Emil Leyrud in 23rd position, 69.7. Jakob Kadavi, 69.4, Gabriel Viana, 66, and then Ian Koenig, the last of our drivers to do 2 consecutive pulls and get a score, 62.2. Joachim Haig, 40.7, Lucas Gockel on the 40. Those guys having great scores. If you're on a 40 and you only got 1 run, they were both on 80-point scores. Just think about where Lucas Gockel and Nico Lappinen could have been, and Steve Smith and Hayley King. Look at those guys only managing to get 36.9 and 39.4 respectively on those scores. Daryl Diaz not competing today, our current points leader. So that has shaken things up a little bit here. Let's find out what is going on as we come back to the start. Just while we're waiting for this next group of drivers to join the server, I'm going to send you guys across to watch our video. Where are we? Are we up to date? So that is it. We have got a 20-minute break here. We have managed to make it through the first 2 groups. Dmitry Mitin was the last of the drivers from those first 2 groups. We are exactly halfway through qualifying today here at TGDC round 4, the grand finale. We are going to send you guys to an advert break. We will be right back at 11 o'clock UK time, 2300 UTC. That's midnight UK time, 11 o'clock 2300 UTC, 11 AM if you are out here in New Zealand. I don't know what all of the rest of the times are, but in 19 minutes from now, we will be right back to continue from where we have left off here. That is 50% of your qualifying now done, dusted, back up on time. We will see you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 18 minutes now for the next half of qualifying.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
toppen. Yes.
Yeah.
But, well, I mean... Yeah. I still don't really understand why you would read what is the final one. Have you muted everything on stream? It's just that Royce says when we can hear mics.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they all talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
Welcome back, everybody. We are set up now here for the second half of qualifying for TGDC Pro. This, now, if I press the right button, is your corrected leaderboard. Brandon Patrick now sits where he should be sitting, in third position. Everything you see there is now correct. Alexander Jaegaard in first, the only driver to get double 90-point scores. 92.5 for Alexander Jaegaard. That is the gold standard as things sit right now. Our next group of drivers are just starting to load in onto the server now. Rise, Team All Show No Go, is going to be one of the first drivers up. Tropical Pigeon has resubscribed for 7 months in a row. Thank you so very much, Corey. It's so great to have you here. Herminator22, thank you for the follow. It's Ilmatic, thank you for the follow. Good to have you guys along. We are back from our ad break and we are here with everything as it sits right now. This is your driver lineup for the top 32. We do have a few of those are definitely not going to be making it into competition, we would expect, after we've had the next run of stuff. Sadly, Team All Show No Go, fellow teammate to Rise, who's coming up next, Steve Smith, down at the bottom there with a 39.4. Now, I want you to consider that Steve, 39.4, only half of his runs complete. That's a 0 for him and a 0 for Haley and a 0 for Lucas Gockel and Nico Lappinen. 2 of those runs, the same as they did in their first section, would have all 4 of them comfortably up into the top 20. In the case of Steve, Lucas and Nico, it would have had them in the top 16. I hate to rub it in for these people who have clearly done so much work to get their standard up this week, but that is the reality of the situation. We are set up, ready to go. Our first driver from this next group comes up to the line, and our first driver from this section, Robin Gunningham. Rise is going to be doing his first run of the day. We haven't had anyone claim for an ASMR thing yet. Another one. Steve Smith in the chat. Can't believe I did that again. I'm sorry, Steve. I don't mean to rub it in. I don't mean to rub it in for Haley either. Sadly, I just have to reiterate the situation as it is. So we are back. The judges are ready. The drivers are loading in. In this group, we have Robin Gunningham and Dan Paul, both of the last 2 remaining members of Team All Show No Go. TJ Anders, Cody Norcross, Johan Garcia, Warren Greener, Jaron Manello, Brandon Hogarth. They are your drivers now. But first of all, Dan Paul will follow Robin Gunningham, who is out there now. Robin Gunningham, a very late initiation there. I hope that was before the line, otherwise that would be an automatic 0 as Robin Gunningham gets out to the outside line at 4. This is not a bad run from Robin Gunningham, and just as I say that, he gets almost into the wall. Look at Robin Gunningham up against clip 5. Phenomenal dive from him. Is he able to hold it? Slow transition into 6, comes away a little bit early, makes it onto the inside line, but misses out on 7 completely. That is such a shame from Robin Gunningham, who actually managed to hang on to the first section of that beautifully through that section at the beginning of the run. Robin Gunningham. Every time I tab to hit, his photo cracks me up. Brilliant to see that line there. He managed to hold it out of the wall, but here just sacrificing Kip 7 completely to get across that line. Such a shame. Alexander Jaegaard, don't tempt me, Ben. Do it. I've proved I'll do it. I'll do the ASMR. I'll do this. Just waiting for his score to drop in for Robin Gunningham. I can tell you it is not a big score, but it is at least a score on the board. 49.6 for Robin Gunningham. Dan Paul is up next. Hales King, it's Orgy. On the bright side, if I don't keep my Suzuki Pro license for next year, I'll be able to compete in Street Series with the newer AC teammates. Well, Haley, either way, we look forward to having you in whichever next series you come into. Where's that highlighted? Here we go. We are on for the second one. Alexander Yegod redeemed an ASMR run. Which one do you want me to say? So for those of you on the chat who don't know, as Dan Paul goes off. Oh, Dan. Oh, such a shame for him. TJ Anders not making it to the server. Cody Norcross not making it to the server. Is it Johan Garcia who's going to be coming next? Yes, it is. Johan Garcia comes up to the line. Dan Paul on the 0 score there. That is such a shame for him. Johan Garcia up to the line. Johan Garcia determined to get into the top 32 again. He wants that VDC license more than you can put into words. Johan absolutely storming through that first section. Just comes up a little bit shy on 4, but look at this run. Johan Garcia locks it in onto the wall through 5. This is a beautiful run from Johan Garcia. Where is this going to pop him out? Can he manage to hold on to it through 6? Yes, he can. Beautiful run from him across the line. What a fantastic run from Johan Garcia. Let's go back to this replay. Johan Garcia locks it in hard onto that first corner. Look at him go through there. Today, my midstream snack is about as British as it can get, actually. Today I am having crumpets. I know you guys like to stay up to speed on this kind of thing. Usually at this point, I would have a nut bar in my mouth, have my jaws absolutely chock full of nuts. Not in a sexy way, you filthy animals. Today it is crumpet. This stream 8 hours long normally by the time we get to the end. Warren Greener comes up to the line in the background. I can confirm it is a good score for Johan Garcia. He'll be very happy with that. Johan Garcia gets an 81. Gets himself into position. Very nicely done there. So we go back to the start line. This is Warren Greener. Warren Greener has scored beautifully over the last couple of rounds. He's really in a strong position here. Savage Andre 1, no nut, no nuts today. Brandon Gardner with butter and jam. No, just with butter on one and then Nutella on the other, because I'm weird like that. This is a lovely run from Warren Greener. Is he going to be able to hold it? Oh, Warren Greener's on a 0. That has serious championship implications. Is he going to be able to qualify? I don't think so. With a 0 on one run, he'd have to even get... Oh my word, is that Warren Greener's attempt at a VDC license scuppered? Dramatic turn of events for Warren Greener here. What a shame to see that. So Alexander Yedard has reviewed, words. Try words, complete words, Somerville. You've got this. So we move on. To Jaron Manello on the line. The only driver with that PS13 SR24. A fantastic car for this track. If he can get it locked in, it should feel phenomenal around here. And that's a beautifully wide outside line, shallow through the first section. But look at Jaron Manello absolutely railing it to the outside edge of that section. Nice transition there. Is he going to be able to get back on the throttle? No, he's not. Didn't get on the gas in time. Jaron Manello goes too deep into that wall. That's a 0 for Jaron Manello. Oh my word, what is happening here? The pressure building through the course of the day. Jared Manello missing out on a score completely. So Brandon Hogarth, the last driver from this group, he'll be coming up to the line now in the RPS 13.5 with the RB28 under the bonnet. Alexander Yegard, whose commentary do you want done in ASMR? You have just renewed all of those points. Johnson Liebert, thank you for the like. I'll do Brandon's. Brandon gets an ASMR review. Brandon Hogarth, the young Kiwi from Topor. He is about an hour and a half's drive north of where I am right now, at the bottom of this active volcano in the middle of New Zealand. He's a little bit further north in Topor. Did someone say ASMR? Yes. The ASMR gods have been summoned. Oh, Gordy's done it as well. Gordy, who? Oh, you're not. We're about to have another round of ASMR subscriptions. So, Brandon gets one. Gordy, who do you want your ASMR to be? Johan Garcia. Nice, good choice. Looks like Brandon might have called his 5-minute rule. Paul Gunningham comes back to the line. Don't know what happened to Brandon there. Hopefully he's able to get back to the line and sort it. I know he's been having some PC issues. So Robin Gunningham on a 52.7 from his first run. The light go green. Robin Gunningham on a nice line through here. If he can get a second score on the board, it would put him in contention. And just literally, just as I say it, Robin Gunningham, Team All Show No Go, are getting nothing but zeros at the moment. That is such a shame to see. Robin Gunningham removes himself from competition with that zero. There is no way anyone can qualify with a single zero. Willie K. Spray, thank you for the follow. Oh, zero for name. Oh, Brandon. It didn't register because I drive with you so much online that I just automatically saw you. But no, that is one of our rules. It is a hard and fast rule. We've given other people zeros. We can't bend that rule. It wouldn't be fair. That is a zero for not having the name shown correctly. That is a real shame. As we go back, Dan Paul, the third member of All Show No Go standings. Willie K. Spray, the standings will come up at the end. They're part of the stream overlay. I can't put them up in there at the moment. Here we go. Dan Paul goes for the inside line a little bit there. He just wants to get a score on the board, because remember, the scores on the board could help decide how people stand at the end of the series, whether they hold on to their Tsujigiri Pro licenses or whether they drop down to street. Goes for the transition across. Dan Paul, wanting to hang on to that license, gets on the throttle. He will get a score on the board, as did Robin Gunningham and Steve Smith. It is not going to be a big one, but Dan Paul will be happy not to come away with double zeros this time round. Unix IRL, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. There is no bracket yet, Willie. We're still midway through the qualifying. As we see here, Dan Paul. All the way through. Nicely done from Dan Paul. Let's get a score on the board. As Dan Paul's score drops in. It's not going to be big, but it is at least a score on the board for Dan Paul. 46 puts him into 34th with that 0 at the moment as we go back to the start line. And this is someone for whom one of the ASMR tokens has been played. Johan Garcia will get an ASMR commentary on this run. Currently sitting on a good score from his first run, Johan Garcia. He was on an 81. Johan Garcia initiates nicely into that outer zone. Absolutely running that wall all the way around. Strong manoeuvre from him. Oh, he's just come up short on that outer zone. Oh no. It's a 0 for Johan Garcia. Everything went wrong in that slowdown into the outer zone. That is such a shame for the journeyman drifter. That is a shame. I've been wanting to see Johan do well again this week, and unfortunately that slowdown into clip 5 is just ruining people's days so much. We got Warren Greener on a 0 from the first run, Jared Manello on a 0 from the first run, Brandon Hogarth all on 0s from the first run, Johan Garcia now on a 0, Cody Norcross and TJ Anders didn't turn up, Robin Gunningham on a 0. In fact, not a single person from this group of 8 is going to have managed 2 full pulls. That is the first time I think we've seen that all day. ASMR is the jinx. This is hard to watch. Dan Paul redeemed one ASMR run. Who do you want, Dan? Warren Greener comes up to the line. Run 2 for Warren Greener. Unbelievable that Warren Greener, someone who has done so well, and Johan Garcia actually, to see these guys getting 0s is a real kick in the teeth. Some really strong drivers who are just not able to pull it out of the bag 2 runs in a row at the moment. And remember, those of you who have just joined us, we operate an average score across 2 runs to force people to get that game level right up. Here we go, Warren Greener going to go on the maximum attack. He wants people to remember what could have been on that outside line from Warren Greener. Absolutely beautiful. Gets hooked up nicely into 3. This is where it came undone for him before. Got onto that grass on the D-cell, I think, and then managed to get it wrangled back into the wall. But Warren Greener, nice through there. This transition crucial. Is he going to get a score on the board? It's not going to be a 90 or 100 point run, but it is a very solid score from Warren Greener. A showing of what could have happened if Warren Greener had managed to get both of those runs sorted. PS13 LSX is cursed. So Warren Greener doesn't get an ASMR chat through here. He will next, but Jared Manello will get an ASMR run here as we get the scores on the board for Warren Greener. That is nice. 79 for Warren Greener. Good score. 87.4, sorry, dropped. He is actually getting a score on the board. That's a really good score for Warren Greener. Just think what that could have been if he had got 2 runs like that. He would be up in the top 10 right now, sitting pretty. What a terrible situation for Warren Greener, knowing how strong he was looking on this track. And here we go. So we've had an ASMR reviewed, been redeemed for these points as Jason Manello in the PS13 SR24 tries to get out onto that outside line, just manages to gather it back up. Beautiful line through 5 for Jason Manello. Absolutely on the wall through there and across the line. So let's go back and review that. You can see from how early we joined Jason Manello at the start of this run here. You can see just how fast he was through that track, that PS13. Absolutely ripping for Jared Manello, but unable in this time with that 1 to put down the kind of score that he will have needed to get everything sorted onto that. And remember, he sat on a 0 from that first run, as we see him have these problems going round there. Onto that outside line. Jared Manello, nice through the second section. He will be unhappy with how that has played out, but he will know that he can do it. Ben, do a full balls Japanese screaming commentary on the run. Is there an option like that? I will add that in right now. I will add that. So we wait for that score to drop in. Jared Manello. Score on the board. Jared Manello gets a 54.3. Phenomenal work for him to get that score back after how debilitating psychologically it is to get a 0 in your first run. We now have scores on the board for everyone in the top 32. You can see the bottom 6 drivers there, 27th down to 32nd. Johnson Lobed, thank you for the follow. All of those the drivers, they're only managing to get 1 run. We have never had a group where 8 drivers could not put together a single double pull before. That is such a shame for all of those guys. Warren Greener, you can see that score, 43.7. He would have been right up if he'd managed to get 2 scores like that, up in the mix. Certainly the top 10, but possibly even around the sort of Brandon Gardner and above section. Talking of Brandon Gardner, he's doing brilliantly to come all the way from the first group, still be in 7th. Mustafa Amini doing brilliantly from the second group, still in 2nd position. Alexander Yegard, still our only driver to get 2 90+ point runs. What a phenomenal drive from him. That is how your top 32 looks right now. We still haven't moved further on. We have got a large number of drivers yet to go, but we're starting to see a little bit of a shape of where the cutoff could be. We have seen in situations like this before, by the time we get to this point in the day, it is very often the case that the people around 18th and downwards are at risk. 75-ish could end up being the cutoff, and if that happens, then Emil Leerud will absolutely laugh himself silly. He has been 5 points short every single round so far this season. So if that cutoff ends up being 74.7 to 75-ish, that kind of area, he will have been totally vindicated that he is 5 points shy every single time. So those bottom 6 drivers almost certainly not making it into competition. They have not managed to get 2 runs together. They have only managed 1 full pull. Everyone else got their average score of 2 runs across the championship so far. There's across qualifying, so far. That is how things have shaped up. We are waiting for these guys to join in now. Let's drop back down to the start line so you can see who's joining in. Next up, after Jared Manello finished out that run there and Brandon Hogarth pulled out, we start with Justin Harris. He is going to be one of the first drivers onto the server. Justin Harris, Philip Prochaka, Stefan Rydell, Vitor Clemente, Guillaume Ziegler, Tom Edgecombe, Tanner Doherty and Serban Matei. Your next 8 drivers, they're dropping down onto the server now. I will continue to try and put this away. So we're over halfway through now. Who do you guys think is going to take the top of qualifying? Has Alexander Yegard done enough to hang on to the top spot at the end of qualifying? We've got a lot of really good drivers yet to come. Who do you guys think is going to top qualifying at the end of this event? Tana Doherty into the server now, Sir Matei in the server, Vitor Clemente, Tom Edgecombe. We're still missing a few guys from this section. Trying to find a suitable image for this shouted D1 commentary that the guys can redeem on Twitch. It's not working so far. There we go, that'll do. As we get our first driver coming up to the line from this group. No score Justin Harris, no score Philip Prochaka, no score Stefan Rodell. Vitor Clemente is our first driver from this group up to the line. And here he goes. Vitor Clemente going to send hard into this first corner in that Mustang. Yes, he is, absolutely, but a bit of a wobble from Vitor Clemente there as he doesn't manage to get settled in that first section. Gets a wobble on that first corner, now tries to gather it all back up. It's going to be hard work for Vitor Clemente to at least get a score on the board here. Manages to make it through clip 5 without too much drama. Now back on the throttle. Look how soft Vitor Clemente has that Mustang set up. It bobbles as soon as he gets on throttle and across the line. Let's go back and watch that. Vitor Clemente, very, very fast run. You can see how early we join him on that section there. Good work from Vitor Clemente all the way through that section. Seeing those scores start to drop in. Vitor Clemente's score appearing. Graham Ziegler has missed out as well. Tom Edgecombe will be next. Vitor Clemente scores a 59 on that first run. Is that going to be good enough? We'll have to wait and see. He definitely wants to pull that up a little bit higher on his next run as we see Tom Edgecombe come to the line. Here comes Tom Edgecombe. Big initiation for Tom Edgecombe, really trying hard to get up onto that outside line. Good work from him. Good positioning all the way through here from Tom Edgecombe. Nice, across there into that outer zone. At 6, is he going to be able to hang it on all the way around to the finish line? Yes, he is. Tom Edgecombe on an absolutely storming line there. Let's go back and watch that on the replay. So, Tom Edgecombe needing a good score on the board here, and you can see he's pushing hard to get it. Big dive there. Tom Edgecombe absolutely sending that big Mustang up onto the outside line. Score starting to drop in. You can see that there were areas there where it was a little bit scrappy. Is it going to be enough for Tom Edgecombe? Still waiting for his scores to drop in. $59.4 for Tom Edgecombe. He's going to have work to do in that second run as we go back. Tanner Doherty on the line. Tanner Doherty ready to go. Lights go green. Tanner Doherty is away. Tanner Doherty absolutely sends it onto that outside line. Nice through there onto 3 from Tanner Doherty. Good on 4. This transition going to be crucial. Can Tanner Doherty get the car slowed down? Yes, he can. Leans on that left foot brake. Oh, and there's a big correction. Tanner Doherty comes away from clip 5 incredibly early. Manages to massage the car across into 7. That's nice in the second section from Tanner Doherty, but he will know that there were points left on the board there, and in a big, big way. Not the run he will have wanted on this section. Is it going to be enough to get Tanner Doherty through into the big show tomorrow? Seeing the scores start to drop in. Tanner Doherty rounding out that course nicely there. Is it enough? As we wait for Serban Matei to come to the line, Tanner Doherty's score still dropping in. Scrappy runs from both Tom Edgecombe and Tanner Doherty. Tanner Doherty really struggled with that transition across into clip 5, fought him all the way. Serban Matei on the line. Tanner Doherty still waiting on his score. $59.8 for Tanner Doherty. Not where he will have wanted to be, but at least a score on the board, and that could be enough. The way we're seeing people struggle with some of the lines here, there are plenty of good drivers left who could still really struggle to get across onto that outside line. We can see how hard it is at clip 5 as we see Serban Matei, DMVC driver Serban Matei, who really wants that VDC license, gets himself hooked up onto that outside line, nicely massages the car across, but it's not as deep as we would have expected from Serban Matei. Gets himself out onto 4. This is a very shallow line from Serban Matei. It's going to be enough to put a score on the board so far, but this is not the aggression of Serban Matei of old. We are not used to seeing him be this hesitant, but that car is clearly gripped right up, because as soon as he jumps on the throttle, it leaps forward. Serban Matei across the line. Let's go back and watch that on the replay. Very unusual to see Serban Matei so hesitant as he comes through this section. You can see all the way through Serban Matei getting the clips but not filling them. Every single line he's been doing through there, really struggling to get that car into the positioning that he would want. Back on the line, Vitor Clemente in the background. Serban Matei gets a score on the board. Something to build from. $73.6 for Serban Matei. Currently puts him in 22nd. He will want to have been much, much further up than that. That is a dangerous position to be in. Ostjevfolkspoif. Thank you for the follow. I broke the curse. Yes, you did, Tan. As off the line comes Vitor Clemente. He's on a score, but he'll want a much, much better one as he comes through here. Good entry this time from Vitor Clemente. Manages to get himself into position where he wants to be. That's looking much stronger through there. And oh, that's as brave as you'd ever want to be from Vitor Clemente. Can he manage to slow that big car down? Yes, he can. Just a little bump of the barrier there just to try and get himself slowed right the way down. And he gets in transition. Oh, how Vitor Clemente is managing to hold this car out of the wall, I do not know. That is brave pills all round for Vitor Clemente. What a phenomenal attempt there, trying to find every single last bit of grip he could from the car and every single last centimetre of track available. May you do a Japanese D1 GP commentary too. I'd love to send the season out like that. Yes, I'm going to. I'm just trying to put together the point score, but there's so much on-track action that I'm only one man. I'm unable to do everything all at the same time. So we've still got the ASMR, and we're just trying to create in the background that second option. If Vitor Clemente's score starts to drop in, I'll take this opportunity to save these images so that I can use them as clips. Okay, we have a score on the board for Vitor Clemente. 64 puts him into 27th for the time being. 27th on the board for Vitor Clemente. He will not be thrilled with that. He knows he had more in him. That push, he was so determined to get onto that outside line. Really pushed as hard as he possibly could to fulfill those zones. And everything fought him all of the way there. He got onto the wall aggressively. He got onto the outside zones aggressively. But those 2 or 3 wall rubs where everything slowed right down for him were just a bit too much in that time. Vitor Clemente right down at the bottom of the order board there. As we go back to Tom Edgecombe. Tom Edgecombe is on an absolute tear through here. Nicely done from Tom Edgecombe, gets onto that outside line, pushes hard through this section, goes for the transition back. Nice move from him. This is where it all comes together. Tom Edgecombe absolutely laying down what he needed to lay down in that section in order to put himself in contention today. Is it going to be enough to bring him up into the higher levels of the battle? Let's find out. Just seeing this on the replay. Tom Edgecombe, you can see that nice transition through there, really bringing everything together. Is it going to be enough? Tom Edgecombe's score drops in. Tanner Doherty is next. Tom Edgecombe has a score on the board. Apparently in 28th, he will feel like he is very much in the danger zone, Tom Edgecombe, but he will be happy to at least have that double score on the board. It is not a 0-0 for Tom Edgecombe. He is ready to go. As we go back to Tanner Doherty. On the line. Tanner Doherty. The light goes green. He is off. Tanner Doherty goes for the initiation. Big flick in from Tanner Doherty. Absolutely rails that outside line. Just comes away as I say that from the outside edge, but nicely up onto 3. This is Tanner Doherty onto 4. This transition is going to be crucial. We know Tanner's feeling a little bit nervous with the pressure of competition. He wants to qualify at the last round of the year, and that is a much better line from Tanner Doherty. Through 5, the transition's good. A little bit of a wobble there, comes away from the wall. It's not going to be a massive score, but it looks like it is going to be a score. Tanner Doherty gets 2 scores on the board For the first time all season, he will be thrilled with that. It is almost not going to matter what it is to him. He's just thrilled to have that up on the board. Tanner Doherty throws down hard in that section. You can really see how much he wanted that. Gets the score on the board. Sir Matei, the last driver from this group, coming up onto the line slowly in the background. Tanner Doherty is definitely a better score than his first run. Tanner Doherty starts to get that score loaded in. Is it going to be enough to put him in contention? Tanner Doherty, 73.7 puts him in 26th. Oh, he's going to feel like he's on the bubble there. That is a dangerous position for Tanner Doherty to be in. As we go back to the start line. Sir Matei comes off the line. Sir Matei goes for that slow initiation again, but he's on a nicer line this time. Not aggressive on that initiation, Sir Matei. He's just trying to get the right points ticked. This is a much more progressive line from him. He's further out onto all of those clipping points. Look much nicer on the wall there from Sir Matei. This is it. He knows this last transition is going to be the point at which he manages to set the run up. Make or break time for Sir Matei. A significant improvement for Sir Matei versus his first run. That is potentially going to be enough to get him in the big show tomorrow, I think, as we see Sir Matei come back round to the start in the background there. We now know that he has got a chance of getting up into the big show. Look at this from Sir Matei. It's progressive, it's solid, it's not done with massive flair. We've seen those style scores from other drivers way higher in various parts of the track, but Sir Matei ticking all of the boxes. Tanner Doherty on the chat. Ben, I broke the curse. I'm so pleased for you, Tanner. It's so good to see you manage that double points run. I'm really, really thrilled for you. Even if you don't get into the big show tomorrow, you have definitely broken the curse. You did brilliantly. 80.7 from Sir Matei puts him up into 16th position. That is going to be on the bubble potentially. Sir Matei will be nervous there. His average score only coming in at the end there to a 77.2. He will be feeling that pressure. Let's have a look at the standings there. Seeing as he's talking about it right now, Tanner Doherty currently sitting in 26th, 66.7. Well done. You rounded out that score. Alexander Jaegaard at the top of the list, still managing to stay in there. At the bottom of the top 16, Sir Matei just slotting in with that 77.2. Is that the cutoff? We are over halfway. So the guys, statistically, the guys in the top 16 must by now be feeling as though they are ahead of the curve and are not going to be knocked out. But that confidence could be all too much. We just don't know yet. It is going to be so interesting to see how this plays out over the course of the day. What a phenomenally stressful situation for our guys to be in. So, have we already seen our number one qualifier? Has Alexander Jaegaard managed to get to the end of the event, still in that position of control? That is what we're going to have to wait and see. So, coming up to the line, Mark Pretty, first from this new group. I apologise that I'm still not giving quite the same level of commentary as normal. I'm still trying to sort out this D1 GP style points shout in the background. see what the problem is. Its file size is too large. Too many colours. Oh, I can't get it down enough. Here we go, on the line, Mark Pretty, waiting to get going. Here goes Mark Pretty, his first qualification run of the day so far. Another driver using that James Dean replica S14.9 with the 2JZ under the hood, which we will be redoing now that James is running NOS. We will do a release including the update with the NOS and the new wing mirrors. That is in the pipework right now, and this is a lovely run from Mark Pretty. Look at this. The man from Down Under absolutely throwing that car to the wall. This is the same kind of aggression that we saw from Serban Matei in his second run. Is it going to be enough to take Mark Pretty up into the top 16? That's the kind of aggression we've been wanting to see on that section. Lovely first run here from Mark Pretty, really getting the car dialed in through that section. All the way through. Mark Pretty absolutely hammer down through that section as well. That transition across onto the wall at 6 is costing people some points for sure, but Mark Pretty seems to have managed to get most of the measure of that sorted as he heads across the line. We go back to the start. Jordan Fry ready on the line. Jordan Fry definitely in contention for that VDC license. As we wait for Mark Pretty's score to drop in, I can tell you it is a good score from Mark Pretty. That is going to really put him in contention. Well done to him. Phenomenal work. Mark Pretty sits in 10th at the moment, 84.4. Mark Pretty. As we go back, Jordan Fry comes off the line. Jordan Fry, one of the fastest drivers in the championship. He has got that GT86 absolutely dialed in, and look at the aggression from Jordan Fry. He really wants this, the man from DSM, as he throws it onto the outside line. Jordan Fry having to really push hard here. Gets that slowdown. Is it? Oh my word, look at how close that was to being too much from Jordan Fry. He is throwing everything at this to try and make sure that he is well and truly up there in that safe space near the top of the top 16. He wants to make sure there is no chance that he is going out of contention this weekend as Jordan Fry crosses the line. That is a phenomenal effort from him. Big entry from Jordan Fry there. The mark of someone who absolutely wants those last style points on the board to give him the best chance of crossing into that higher level of the scores. Serban Matei in the chat, well, just watch me get 33rd place. I think he might be okay, but we'll have to see. As we go back to the scores, they are still dropping in. I can confirm this is not Jordan Fry's final score. Just waiting on the final one. You can see, though, that big correction going into 5 did cost him. Jordan Fry's first run comes in at a 71.7 to 25. Like Serban Matei before him, Jordan Fry not getting the score that we would expect from him at this stage of competition. As we move on to one of the only guys using the S15 in competition, Stephen Jarboe. Stephen Jarboe has been looking really strong in that car, and this is the kind of track where that snappy, aggressive, fast rotation to angle could well play right into his hands. Let's see. Stephen Jarboe on a good line there. Really nice through that first section. Brilliantly out to the wall as Stephen Jarboe goes for the transition. This is the slowdown that's crucial. A little bit of understeer from Stephen Jarboe, but he manages just to keep it out of the wall. Very similar to Jordan Fry from the run before, but the aggression of Stephen Jarboe up onto that wall is phenomenal as he crosses the line. So, that was balls to the wall, Stephen Jarboe. Is it enough to keep him in contention? As we wait for the judges' scores to drop in. Stephen Jarboe, you could see how much he was fighting to keep that car out of the wall as he went through that section. Back to the start line now. Tyler Leach is next. First of our drivers in the SN95 Mustang. Stephen Jarboe getting rewarded for the aggression on that. Puts him down into 78, his 16th position for now. It's no zero. But man, that was as close as you'd ever want to get. You can see getting rewarded more. That error from Jordan Fry in the run before, considered to be a much larger error than Stephen Jarboe in that run. And I think Stephen Jarboe's overall aggression was higher. But neither of those drivers showing us what they're really capable of as we move on now. This run here from Tyler Leach, the first of our drivers in this SN95 Mustang. It's a big slowdown. Manages to wrangle it without getting into the wall, but nowhere near the proximity that we'd expect. And look at that! Well, Tyler Leach gets it right up onto the outside line, all the way through that wall and across the line. That is a level of aggression that we were not expecting from Tyler Leach there. Really pinned it to the wall. Tyler Leach, that was aggression there. Manages to just clip that wall again. We're seeing these guys really struggle to make it into that corner. The aggression they're carrying through that section just not playing out as Tyler Leach wrangles that car round and across the line. Let's have a look at his score. We're starting to see that drop in. Still, drivers getting pinged for those corrections as they bounce off the wall. A 77.3 for Tyler Leach. Remember, these positions that they're getting right now are not finalised. They've still got to finish out their next run without losing control. Hayden Shepherd comes up to the line. Hayden Shepherd, who works for RTR themselves out in the US. He will be at FD. He's got the time aside specifically to do this qualifying. One of the RTR team driving an RTR. You knew this was going to happen as he comes off the line. Hayden Shepherd. Big flick in from Hayden Shepherd. Manages to rail that outside line. Just drops a wheel at 3. And oh, that's as close to the wall at 4 as you'd ever want to get. Slows the car down nicely onto that outside line. A little bit of a bump there. Again, these guys hitting that wall at 5, definitely costing their score. Hayden Shepherd would have been on for a much bigger score than he's going to get, but that is still a phenomenal run from Hayden Shepherd. We are seeing some real tight competition at the top of this tree. As we go back and watch this on the replay, the scores dropping in the background for Hayden Shepherd. Is this going to be our tightest qualifying yet? We are 4 hours in. We're about halfway through qualifying. Well, we're over halfway through qualifying at 4 hours in. Hayden Shepherd's score dropping into position. Hayden Shepherd with a 77.9 on the board. We move on. Adam Lake takes to the line. This is one of the few groups that we seem to have that's full. I think we're going to get the full 8 from this one as Adam Lake goes for that flick initiation. Good work from him out to there. Nicely fulfilling clip 2. Adam Lake on the throttle all the way through here. He wants this. He's pushing as hard as he can. Gets that transition down out onto the wall. And Adam Lake's gone to 0. Adam Lake just dropping that tyre on the way into the slowdown at 5. Adam Lake zeroes out. Oh, that is heart-wrenching for Adam Lake. He will be absolutely furious. As up to the line comes Taylor Bowles. Taylor Bowles on the line, ready to go. Here we go. Taylor Bowles sends it into that first corner. Nice run from Taylor Bowles so far. Really committed through that slowdown. Taylor Bowles onto the throttle out on the wall. Very nice from him. This is going to be crucial. This transition across onto that nice line from Taylor Bowles. Look at him get that car rotated and positioned correctly as he goes into 6, allowing him to slingshot through 7. Taylor Bowles absolutely tearing through the course in that middle section. Taylor Bowles scores trying to drop in. The last driver from this group, Zura Daisamidze, is coming up to the line in the background. The last driver in this group to do his first run. But Taylor Bowles coming away a little bit from 5 there, but this transition into 6 was so ballsy. Look at that. The slightest of checkups and then all the way round on the wall there. Little bit shy. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. A little bit shy on 7. Just not coming up quite as close as we would expect from him there. But we can see here, I can tell you it's not a bad score from Taylor Bowles. These guys all dropping into this same kind of area as Taylor Bowles gets a 77.4. This entire group contending for these middle positions at the moment. They're all going to have to find something more in their second run. Zura Daisamidze steps up to the plate for his first run. Let's see how this is going to go for him. Zura Daisamidze off the line. Good initiation from Zura Daisamidze. Gets himself into position nicely there onto that outside line. This is looking strong from Zura Daisamidze. Look at the push onto clip 4 from Zura Daisamidze. Absolutely determined to get that positioning correct as he gets onto the outside line again. Zura Daisamidze trying to find every last centimetre of track to occupy with that S13 with the LSX under the hood, and Zura Daisamidze gets across the line. Oh, this is going to be another driver in the hunt for that mid-pack with this score. It's not going to be top end of the field, I don't think, for Zura Daisamidze, but it is great to see that level of aggression from the young man on a tear through there. And Zura Daisamidze, you can see, really pushing hard onto 4, onto the outside line here at 5, builds that zone. Do you know what? When I said it might not be a top score, I might well have been wrong. That is so much aggression from Zura Daisamidze. Look at the way he fills those outer lines. Just having to check up a little bit as he came across onto the infield there. But that is a phenomenal first run from Zura Daisamidze. Let's have a look. We go down. Scores are dropping in. It's going to put him up near the top. That little correction at the end costing him some points, but Zura Daisamidze almost into the top 10 with that run. Zura Daisamidze with an 84.1 for his first run. As we go back to the top of this list, it is going to be Mark Pretty coming off the line for his second run. Let's see how this plays out. Mark Pretty setting himself up. Here we go, Mark Pretty onto that outer line. Good through there. The slowdown's crucial. Remember, this is where it can all fall apart. We've seen it happen for a lot of our drivers here, but Mark Pretty getting everything under control there. Nice positioning from Mark Pretty all the way through. It's not quite as good as we've seen him from some of the other runs so far. Oh, good move from Mark Pretty into that final section. Round and across the line. Is this going to be enough? With his first run combined, is this enough to really put Mark Pretty up into the fight? Great positioning onto the outside line at 5. Just that little wobble you see there as he clips the wall. Mark Pretty not getting the cleanest of runs down, not like his first run, as we see Jordan Fry lining up. Jordan is going to have to dig deep to find something here that is better than his first run. Is it going to be Jordan Fry's day? Has Mark Pretty done enough? The score has dropped in. Mark Pretty stays in 16th position. It's good running from Mark Priddy. He's going to be feeling like he's got a chance here to make it through to the big show tomorrow. But the question is, can Jordan Fry get up above him now? We've started to see there now Jakob Kadavi, you can see in the drop zone 69.4, so we have now moved up into the zone where we are starting to see 69.4 the cutoff at the moment. Anyone wanting to get into the big show tomorrow is going to have to exceed a 70. So Jordan Fry's got to find something big here. He had that flick initiation last time, but you can see yet again it's brought him up shy on 2. Huge angle through 3. That's fantastic from Jordan Fry in this section, but that first corner weighted quite heavily by the judges. Good slowdown, doesn't have the wobble, gets back on the throttle hard, but Jordan Fry just gets into the wall, clips that wall. It's not going to be a big score from Jordan Fry. Is it going to be enough though? The man is on the limit, pushing as hard as he can. Sadly, Jordan Fry missed last event. He missed out on round 3. Is he going to find enough in the bag at round 4 to stay in the hunt for that VDC Virtual Drift Championship license? This is where we had that wobble from Jordan Fry. You see here, just at the end of the wall run, gets into that wall, bounces out, manages to control it, get it back out onto throttle as he comes in through 7. But Jordan Fry will know that he has not given himself the best possible chance here. As ever, we're seeing great drivers struggle as they come into the second part of qualifying. As the pressure builds, you want a good score on the board so you've got the wiggle room as you come through into that section. We're seeing it. Jordan Fry is going to be right down on the bubble edge. Oh my word, Jordan Fry will not be happy to be down in 30th place with how many people are left. I can see in the chat his teammate Kakujin is absolutely livid. You can see the hands on the head from Kakujin there as Jordan Fry on the bubble at 30th. Wow, he will be feeling the pressure here. Stephen Jarboe, our next driver, up onto the line in the S15. Oh, if Jordan Fry goes out, that will be a real shame. He is a strong competitor. Seeing him go out and not make it into the top 32 would really lower the standard of the overall show tomorrow. But sometimes the pressure just gets to you, as we see Stephen Jarboe trying not to have anything like the same kind of issues, getting fired onto that outside line. Stephen Jarboe wants this. He's keen. He's pushing hard. Look at that from Stephen Jarboe. This is what we came to see from this S15. He has got it dialed in absolutely beautifully for this course. Stephen Jarboe just grazing the wall everywhere, angles up and gets the hammer down, and look at that car leap forward from Stephen Jarboe. Yes, this is what we wanted. Look at this flick initiation. Stephen Jarboe got the throttle down, still manages to make it all the way out to fulfill clip 2 completely, wraps it around 3, then onto that inside edge. This is the slowdown that was important. That's where Stephen Jarboe had the problem in the first run, but this time round he's managed to slow it right down beautifully onto that outside line again from Stephen Jarboe. This is the kind of drive we have come to expect from him as we get him across the line. Stephen Jarboe waiting on his second score to drop into place. I can tell you it is a much, much bigger score than his first run. This is possibly going to see Stephen Jarboe safely through to the big show tomorrow. Stephen Jarboe gets an 86.4, putting him into 13th right now. Stephen Jarboe absolutely on the line there. He wanted every part of that as Tyler Leach comes off the line. Tyler Leach goes for that flick initiation. This is important for Tyler Leach. He's got to throw down another good run here. We've seen the level start to push up through some of these middle drivers. Is it going to be enough? Tyler Leach in the SN95. We know he's managed to slow it down. Oh, Tyler Leach gets a 0. Oh, Tyler Leach goes out. That is definitely not going to see him in the big show tomorrow. Oh, Tyler. That is such a shame. So we go back to the start. Hayden Shepherd comes up to the line. The young man from RTR themselves. Hayden Shepherd comes off the line. The light goes green from the light-up dildo of destiny as the drivers came to know it. Anders Unger's the start line marshal there as Hayden Shepherd throws down onto that outside line. Vakari really wants this. Now pushing hard onto the outside edge. Is it going to be RTR's weekend both here at TGDC and also at Formula D? RTRs everywhere as Hayden gets the hammer down through there. Shepherd on an absolute tear through the final section. Congratulations, Somerville. You also just managed to play yourself again by totally misnaming your own championship. Congratulations, you're such a tool. Out onto that outside line, nice. Maiden through that section. Through there, this is going to be a hard one for Kari on a good line through large sections of that. Is it enough to put him in contention here? Just waiting for Hayden Shepherd's final score to drop into place. I can tell you it's going to be potentially enough. 81.1 on his second one. 17th his current position. As we come back to the start, Adam Lake sits on a 0 right now from his first run. So this is effectively just for style points. Adam Lake comes up to the start. Here we go. Adam Lake determined to get everything sorted here and really get out onto that outside line. He has got so much to make up for from that first run. He's just doing this for style. We now know that no one who gets a 0 is making it through tomorrow. The scores are just too high. The bubble is currently around 70. Adam Lake fires it hard into that outside line. This is what we were expecting from Adam Lake. This is how we thought it was going to go. Adam Lake on a phenomenal run through there, but it's not going to be enough because of that 0. That is the brutal nature of this dual part qualifying, this averaged qualifying score. There we go. Adam Lake got that absolutely railed through there. That is one of the best runs that we've seen all night as Adam Lake absolutely throws down. Where is it going to put him into, though? This is the question. We're just waiting for the second scores to drop in. Sadly, Adam Lake on that 0 from the first run, but this is a big score that he would have got here, I think. As I say that, I'm looking at the scores drop in. It is around the 80 mark. Yeah, that is a real shame. 2 of those, and Adam Lake would have been in the big show pretty comfortably. As we go back, Adam Lake will not be seeing competition tomorrow. Haley King in the chat. Has Adam LZ gone yet? Yes, he has. Gone from our hearts, gone from our minds. Taylor Bowles comes off the line, goes for that flick initiation. Taylor Bowles throws down hard. He wants that outside line railed in that S14.9. The James Dean replica, as per the spec of his RDS car this year, in which he won an event last week. And we know that that car now has the nitrous added in. This one doesn't yet, but it's still throwing down beautifully here. A perfect line into 6 from Taylor Bowles as he comes round, not quite wrapping up as tightly onto the inside edge at 7 as we have seen from some drivers, but still nonetheless a very good drive from there. It helps if I press the right button there. Why isn't that working? Okay. I'm sorry, folks, we won't be seeing the replay of that. For some reason, that has decided it doesn't want to play the game. Technology. Doing technology things. Taylor Bowles. Sitting on 77.3 from his first run. That is a much better run in his second run. It takes him up into 16th position, 81.3, Taylor Bowles. So we move on. The last person from this group, Zura Diasamidze. who was on an absolutely phenomenal score from his first run. Zero Diasamidze down on an 84 from his first run. The light goes green. Zero Diasamidze off the line. Hammer down comes firing through. This is going to be a big initiation from Zero Diasamidze. He wants a high score. He wants that easier run through to the top 16 tomorrow. Remember, 32nd and 1st are the drivers that face off, and it's paired staggered like that all the way through. And Zero Diasamidze has found a beautiful setup for this car. Look at it lock in onto that wall with Zero Diasamidze. Now goes for the transition back onto that outside zone. The angle, as Zero Diasamidze overcooked it. Yes, he has. He is not going to get the score he wanted from there. That was just too much send from Zero Diasamidze as he makes it through across the line. He will be pleased that that is not a 0, but that is not the score we were expecting from Zero Diasamidze. That massive, massive correction coming through into the final section. Talking of Adam LZ, Haley's off to watch the FD. Understand that we will be expecting our viewership to drop a little bit here with the Formula Drift on. Zero Diasamidze, what has he managed? That score going to bring him down into the danger zone potentially, having had such a strong first run. That enormous correction coming into the second section with so much send is going to drop him right the way down that order. He was in a strong position. Zero Diasamidze, where is he going to be? 19th. Well, Zero Diasamidze with that low score on that second run. A huge correction from him, putting him in danger there. So that is that. Another group done. Another selection of drivers out of the way. Look at what we have here. You can see we are now well and truly into the scores of how things are going to go. We're starting to see that score of where the cutoff is creep ever higher into the top section there. SX10, thank you for the subscription. Welcome along. Tanner Doherty at one end of the spectrum, 66.7. At the other end of the spectrum, Alexander Yegard, 92.5. That is a big gap there. We're talking 24-ish points, 25 points between one end of the top 32 and the other. That is going to make a big difference, 26-ish points between those ends. That is a lot of gap for people to stop into. At the moment, the middle section there, 79.5, Robert Krasinski down in 16th. And then Hayden Shepherd, 79.5, also on that in 17th. Mark Pretty, 79. You know, this is big space. Zero Diasamidze was up in the 80s. He would have been up around 10th, except that second run over rotation dropped him down. Jordan Fry not doing what we normally see from him. Those two big corrections on both runs, getting him into trouble as he went through there. Gowdy Drift saying he didn't hit the wall, but it did look like it on the stream and to the judges. So that is the problem with virtual drifting, is because there is always latency in some kind of form. We sometimes see things differently across the world, but the judges saying they think they saw that wall contact there. Either way, that is your current top 32. Next up onto the server, we will be seeing in the next group Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valters Bowes, Logan Daniel, and Olivier Blas and Anthony Norfolk. That's your next group of drivers coming in. Logan Daniels is just messaging me saying he can't get into the server because he's missing a car, but it's a base game Kunos car. We're just waiting for him. To join in. He's one of the earlier drivers from this run to come in. Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas, Anthony Norfolk. That is your next 8. these guys to drop in. Wow, we are running a long way ahead of schedule here. We've got 45 minutes before the next group is meant to be starting. Let's go back, have a look, talk about some of that in that section. So, guys, we have seen some interesting stuff so far. Some very interesting stuff so far.
Monday.com Work Docs is a new kind of doc. You don't just write with it, you create entire workflows with it.
Shush. So, what we're going to do, while we're waiting for things to load in, we've got these guys who've got 45 minutes here. Who do you think is going to be top in qualifying? As things stand right now, we have seen how things have worked out. So far, is it going to be Alexander Jaeger? Is he going to be able to hang on to the top of that list? Excuse me while I choke for a second on my own slide. Wow. That was horrific. That was, yeah, everything about that was bad. Sorry. So, what we are going to do is, rather than going to an advert break, we will go to a brief advert break from our sponsors. And then we will go and we will allow you guys to stay with us. We're going to switch across. We're going to allow some of Formula D's qualifying to be up on our channel just while we're waiting to come back for our own qualifying. We have got 43 minutes before our next group is meant to be up on the server due to the number of people that we've got who have not turned up this week and who have not yet done anything on the competition. We have got a lot of no-shows. Alexander Jaeger currently leads qualifying, 92.5. He is right at the top of the list. Tanner Doherty rejoins the chat. He's on the bubble, 66.7. So that is the range of the scores at the moment. Tanner Doherty to Alexander Jaeger and everyone in between. You can see Brandon Patrick and Mustafa Amini now the correct way round in the scores list. We're going to switch across to bring you some of the qualifying from FD while we wait for our own qualifying to start. The last group yet to come consists of, in order, Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Jordan Taylor, Valters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas, Anthony Norfolk, Jared Devore, Justin Philibert, Ronnie Blakesley, Austin Zalewski, Dijon Reeves, Carlos Martinez, Sean O'Doux, Austin Dunn, Ronnie Irwin, Nick Pordenova, Cody Waru, Tim Sire, Connor Christensen, Formula Drift driver Christopher Lykup, and William Holloway. Those drivers are all yet to come. We have got a break now before our next group. 42 minutes from now, we're going to go quickly to one adverts, some words from our sponsors, and then we're going to take you across to join us to watch some of the Formula Drift qualifying while we wait to start again on the hour 42 minutes from now. We'll be right back. We'll see you very, very soon.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't get give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback. You falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down. I be moving up, I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time. What a time. Last year I was on mine. This year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like, whoa. Look. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, who we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight like...
All right. Yes. Okay. I was going to do the 275s for it. Yeah, yeah, they did manage to make it sound like you had a terrible accident or something. Yeah, like that was it. He went through the countryside into a wall, and that's it. Max is gone. Here's a 20-minute review of his career, and we move on. Mm-hmm. This seems illegal. Interesting. Nutrient cookie. This seems illegal. Well, we're just giving them something to watch while we wait for our main event to come back on for our own stuff. It's just normally done as a watch party, but yeah, all right. The legality of it's probably a grey area, so we'll send you back to our adverts.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Look. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, who we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Look. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time. What a time, last year I was on mine. This year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the final part of qualifying TGDC Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro Round 4, the final showdown for these drivers and their chances to get their VDC licenses, the highest level of competition license currently available in virtual drifting, the Virtual Drift Championship Pro license. That is what is on offer for 16 of our drivers at the end of the championship. We are currently into the final part of qualifying here for the final round. All of these points matter. All of them are important. These drivers are getting themselves lined up now for the next part of the event. First up is going to be Blake Roeder, who's going to be coming up to the line in a second in one of the 1JZ powered S14s. Blake Roeder is going to be trying to get onto that scoreboard at 66.7 at the moment, the cutoff. So 70s and above is really where people are going to be targeting that to try and make sure they're feeling safe. Everyone in that bottom bracket is still in danger. At the moment, we have yet to run 23 drivers left on the list. So we can confirm for certain that everyone down as far as Vakaris Alukas is definitely safe. That is everyone in that section. Joseph Florence, Hoko Pafari, thank you for the like. Welcome along. It is great to have you guys here. So yes, that is it. We have got 23 drivers yet to run. With every passing driver from now on, the line of safety moves down that list. Every time there is a zero, every time there is a no-show, that line moves down. Right now, Alexander Yegard to Vakaris Ilukas, those 9 drivers are definitely going to be in the big show tomorrow. That is how close this is. 92.5, the number 1 score at the moment from Alexander Yegard, the only driver so far to get double 90s this weekend. Mustafa Amini, 89.9, so very close to breaking into the 90s. Brandon Patrick on the 89.7. Cormac Guard, 89.4, pulled out an absolutely storming run to pull himself up into that top position there, that top 4 position there. It is going to be incredibly close. We're going back to the action. 9 drivers safe so far, and with every passing minute, that line moves further down. Every zero, every no-show, every time that line moves, these guys have got another bit of safety issued to them. We cannot wait to see how this comes to play out. This time we are going... It is off the line for Blake Roeder, who sends it hard. This 1JS14 is one of the least powerful cars in the pack, but round here, Blake Roeder making it do the work, absolutely fires that car across, gets it locked in onto that outside line. Nice positioning from Blake Roeder as he takes it all the way around and across the line. It's enough. It's going to be enough to get a score on the board, and that's going to be all that matters to Blake Roeder as he's coming through on this section here. Blake Roeder gets that score on the board. You can see here firing through all of this section. Blake Roeder on that outside line all the way through. Nice positioning from Blake Roeder all the way around and across the line. Let's get back onto the scores. Here we can see them starting to drop in. Blake Roeder's scores appearing on the board. That is not his final score, just so you confirmed. Blake Roeder desperate to get a good score on the board here. He has been working hard on his driving these last few weeks. Brandon Beck is going to be our next driver, but that's irrelevant right now. All we need to know, Blake Roeder's score. Do we have a score for him? Just waiting for the last 2 to drop in from our judges. The line score hard for Blake Roeder there, but he is going to get something on the board. Blake Roeder slots in 37th, 59.3. Already there on the board for Blake Roeder. So it's a score he can build from as we go back to the start. Brandon Beck now on the start line. This is crucial for him. He's the second driver using this SN95 Mustang, this supercharged V8 older style Mustang. We've also got the S550 with the NA V8 screaming 900 horsepower engine. Very low torque in the NA engine, but phenomenal speed because of it. Whereas this, the SN95, has all of the torque in the universe. And here we go. Brandon Beck fires in onto that outside line. Doesn't quite fulfill that outside line. He's definitely going to get marked down for that. It's nicely positioned, constant angle, but didn't quite manage to fulfill clips 1, 2, and 3. Gets that slowdown done nicely there. Good rate to angle as he comes into the decel for clip 5. This is looking much stronger in the second half of the run so far. And just as I say that, he gets absolutely railed onto that outside line as Brandon Beck. Good positioning all the way through that second half of the course and across the line. Let's go back to the start, have a look at this. Brandon Beck's initiation, you can really see him struggling to get onto that outside line through turn 1. Difficulty for him there as he tries to fulfill that zone. But getting that car gathered back up, resettled and repositioned for the second half of the course, all the way through that section, looking really strong. And out onto the wall there at 5, particularly strong for Brandon Beck, the young Canadian, looking positioned well in that second half. But how badly is that first section of the course going to harm his score? As it comes up onto the board here, we're waiting for them to drop in. He has been marked down for that first section, but a really strong position and a good decel into some of those points has helped him get into 29th. He's in the show at the moment, but there is a long way to go as we move on to another SN95. Josh Oxley, the Tasmanian devil himself. Josh Oxley, the man from down under, is going to be positioning that car as best he can. Josh Oxley managed to qualify at round 3. If he can qualify again at round 2, he'll be hanging on to that pro license for sure. The TGDC pro license, that is. He's not currently in a position to get a VDC license, but a good showing from Josh Oxley this weekend could change that around. Let's see as we wait for him to come over onto the start line. Josh Oxley appears to have vanished from existence. Here we go, we can see him warming up in the background. This is not going to be a great looking run for everyone to watch back home. Not because Josh Oxley is going to do anything wrong, but just because of the ping for the man from Tasmania to the server, and then my ping here in Australia as well going across to him. Basically, we're spanning the world 3 times in order to bring this to you. So it goes from me to the US, back to Josh in Australia, back to the US, and it's East Coast US, then back to me here, and then back up to the US servers for Twitch and YouTube and Facebook. So this is... yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch the drivers get this sorted. Josh Oxley comes off the line. You can see just how much ping there is for Josh Oxley there. He has got a huge amount of delay as he goes for that initiation, but it's a nice line from Josh Oxley, getting well out to those first 3 clips. Onto that inside line, just doesn't quite fulfill 4 as much as we would like to see, but there it is, settled onto the wall. Josh Oxley running that spoiler all the way around the outside line. This transition crucial for Josh Oxley, and look at him throw it to that wall. That's Josh Oxley on an absolutely storming line through the second half of this course and across the line. Josh Oxley has been hiding that run somewhere. That must be a big old hat he's keeping that under for now, because that is a great run from the Tasmanian devil, Josh Oxley. Let's see as we move on into this second half. Let's see here. Look at that transition here. That's clip 4 was pretty much the only clip that Josh Oxley was not absolutely on point on. You can see all the way through clip 5 that spoiler hanging over the edge, and here there must have been a millimetre spare before Josh would have been in that wall with that hit point. You can see the back of the car flexing in under that as we go across to the Tasmanian Devil. There is a question, did he enter after the line? Let's have a look again on that replay. Is that just the hit point? We're going to watch it again. Question on the chat, did he enter after the line? It might just be that delay. No, it looks to me like he's okay. So we are waiting now to see Josh's score drop into place. And we do have a score for Josh Oxley. He will be very pleased with that. Josh Oxley sits in 7th at the moment. 7th position for Josh Oxley. That was a hell of a run for him as we move on. Next up on the start, Jordan Taylor. Another driver in this S14, this 1J S14. It's a phenomenally fast car, but it is also incredibly difficult to drive as Jordan Taylor goes for the absolute wildest entry he possibly can, manages to massage that car into clip 1, but ends up wide on 3. Is he going to hold it out of the wall? Yes, he does, but doesn't really fulfill 4 because he ended up so wide on 3. Struggles to get that car out onto the outside line at 5, but does manage to massage it there in the end. This transition crucial. Jordan Taylor's got to put down a good score here. Oh, is that a reinitiation? Hit the wall quite hard there and has now lost that line. Moving around, I don't know whether that was going to be a 0 score, so we'll go back and watch it on the replay. Here we go. Jordan Taylor, you can see massaging that car out to that outside edge and then misses out on 3 completely, and look how much it affects his line into 4. Jordan Taylor waiting for that to load in. Waiting for his score, just looking to see if that is going to be a 0. Can confirm, unfortunately for Jordan Taylor, that is a 0-point score from that reinitiation from the error there. Walters Bowes on the line. Walters Bowes, our next driver. What's being said on the chat? I have no idea what word you're talking about. I actually genuinely am just a bit confused. As Walters Bowes goes for that initiation. Nice line from Walters Bowes. Comes up a little bit short on 4. This transition into the decel though, really struggling. That's going to get him really heavily penalised. The drivers have been absolutely pinged by the judges for getting back on the throttle late as they come into that section, and Walters Bowes not getting back on throttle in time for that section to be considered a clean run through there. Is he going to be able to get the rest of the run nicely dialed in enough to get a score on there? Logan Daniels, one of the drivers that's up next. In fact, Logan Daniels is our next driver. Wait for them to come onto the start. Walters Bowes of Austria. There you can see he really went way too deep into clip 5 there. Had to have a massive correction off throttle for a long time, waiting to get back into the groove. Not able to keep that balanced. Walters Bowes, his score going to be heavily penalised because of it. The rest of the run really nice, hit all of those clipping points beautifully. I can see from looking at this that Walters Bowes' score, he has been pinged. Considering how good the rest of the run was, he's probably lost over 15 points just on that section alone. Walters Bowes drops into 21st position. So we go back to the start. This is, next up on the line, Logan Daniels in that 2JZ powered RPS 13. 800-ish horsepower in that car. Left-hand drive, one of the few left-hand drive cars in the pack. We're going to add a few more for the Pro Pack Part 2, Phase 2. Logan Daniels on a lovely line through there. Look at him get nicely out onto that outside edge. Good transition. Logan Daniels back on the throttle nice and early, using the left foot brake to keep that car out of the wall as Logan Daniels goes for the transition. This is going to be it for Logan Daniels. He has got to put down a good score here. We know it's tied at the top, but we also know that now 10 people are safe. We know it's 10 people now after that 0 from Jordan Taylor. Logan Daniels getting that score on the board. Real nice run from Logan Daniels. We're waiting for his score to drop in. That is going to be a big score for Logan Daniels. A really big score for Logan Daniels. Can already see it dropping into place. He is going to be happy with this. I'm seeing it in the background. $87.7 puts Logan Daniels into 7th place. Here we go as we come off the line next. This time up, Olivier Blas. Olivier Blas trying to get that big Mustang angled in onto that outside edge. Good transition across, but he's dropped a wheel. Is he going to be able to slow it down? Olivier Blas just manages to keep it out of the wall. Yes, he's back on power now. Nicely fulfills that outer zone at 5. Olivier Blas, where has he been hiding this run? This is the best we've seen him drive all season. Olivier Blas powers through that final section of the course and across the line. Where has this Olivier Blas been? This is phenomenal. Let's see him go again on that replay. We go in onto that outside line. Olivier Blas, young French Canadian, looking good here all the way through this section. Oh wow, that is a big score dropping into place for Olivier Blas. Just waiting for the judges' scores to finalise. Hang on, I'm seeing the judges' streams refreshing. No, surely not. Olivier Blas gets a 95. Olivier Blas, where has he been hiding that run? As we come back round to the start, Anthony Norfolk. I think he's the last driver from this group, Anthony Norfolk. Sorry, no, Jared DeVore is the final driver from this group. Anthony Norfolk, I think the last driver on the server from this group. As he comes in. Oh, and that's a 0. That is a definite 0 for Anthony Norfolk by the looks of things. As he goes round and across that line there. Oh, no, that is it. That's Anthony Norfolk's day. Well and truly over and done. There is no way that there is any route to the top 32 with a 0 like that, and that's 3 separate zeros on one run for Anthony Norfolk. It's something just there not working for him at all. He will be livid about that. Let's see as we go back to the start of this group. Blake Roeder back up to the start line. So that means another person is safe. Who's it going to be? We'll have a look at that start in a minute. Blake Roeder back up to the line. How do you 000 in one run? He did 3 separate zeros, straightened once, hit a wall once, and then span out once. He managed to do 3 zeros in one run. Of course, only the first one counts, but he still managed to do 3 separate zeros in one run, guys. As we go back to the start line on this replay for Blake Roeder, it's going to be interesting to see how this one drops in. Is it going to be enough to get himself into the show? Difficult slowdown from Blake Roeder as he came into that section. You can see how much he's fighting that car. It's really not flowing for him in the way that he wants. Out onto the outside line and across the finish. Is there a score in this for Blake Roeder? Is it enough to get him in the show? As we see the scores drop in. Don't know if it's going to be an improvement from his first run. I do not think we will be seeing Blake Roeder in competition tomorrow. Looking at this score dropping in for him now. Just waiting on the final judges' score. Blake Roeder slots in to 42nd place, 45.6. We go back to the start. Brandon Beck for his second run. Out onto clip 2 there. Brandon Beck trying to find every single last centimetre of available track with this big SN95, the big diesel. Oh, and there's wall correction there as Brandon Beck gets into the wall and then has to bounce back out. Manages to gather it back up, nowhere near the outside line on 6 though, and it's cost him clip 7 as well. Brandon Beck trying to find every single last bit that he had available in order to get that score on the board, but it's just going to cost him as he comes through this section. See here, this transition here, Brandon Beck having recovered from that wall correction doesn't make it out into 6, and then you can see how much of that last part of the track it really costs him. As we go back to the start, let's have a look at Brandon Beck's score, waiting for that to drop into place. That is not his final score. We're still waiting on his final score to slot in. I can tell you that it looks like his second run is not going to score as highly as his first run. Brandon Beck gets a score on the board. What is it though? 69.6. Put him 1 position outside of the top 32. That is Brandon Beck's day well and truly over and done. That is such a shame for him. Now Josh Oxley, the next driver on the line, has been his own worst enemy in the past as Josh Oxley comes off the line. When the pressure is on, does Josh Oxley have it in him to manage to hang on and make it to the end of the run? This is not as good a run already as we saw from him in the first run. Not making 4 again. Big slowdown. Back on the throttle a little bit late. This is not as aggressive as his first run. Josh Oxley not quite able to capitalise. Is he going to keep it out of the wall? Yes, he is. That's better through there. At least it's going to be a score on the board as he comes up short on 7. Let's see what Josh Oxley's going to come with. That definitely was not as good a run as his first run. What is it going to be when we see the Tasmanian Devil, Josh Oxley's second score drop in? Currently on an 87.3 from his first run. Josh Oxley just doing classic Australian donuts in the background. Josh Oxley in 11th place after that. Is that on the edge of being safe? That is the question. Josh Oxley, is he going to be safe going forward as Jordan Taylor comes up to the line? Jordan Taylor already on a 0 from run 1. We know that we will not be seeing Jordan Taylor in competition tomorrow. Is he going to make it through? This is what we're going to find out now. He's just got to get a score on the board for pride. Jordan Taylor trying to get that car position, struggling through that first corner. It looks like that transition's too early again. Jordan Taylor not quite making it out. This is a nicer run through this section though. Jordan Taylor managing to finally get that car massaged out to where he wants to be, in a great transition into 6th from Jordan Taylor, managing to redeem himself in the very last part of this track with a nice run through there, but just not got that car dialed in the early part. Jordan Taylor, you can see that wobble as he comes between clips 1 and 2, but this is a much better run overall. Just this early transition as he comes out of 4, costing him clip 5 a little bit. Just managed to massage it out to the wall. I think 2 runs like this and he'd have been in with a chance of making it into the big show, but this final section, that's where he was really able to push right out to the wall. That looked amazing through there. Phenomenal aggression from Jordan Taylor as well. Let's go back and have a look at his score. It is dropping into place. And we're seeing from the judges, they're saying that is a 3-stage initiation from Jordan Taylor, which is against the rules of competition. Not allowed to do the flick left, then the flick right, then the flick left again. That is a low score for Jordan Taylor off the back of that rule infringement. As we go back, Valtters Bose on the line, warming up those tyres. That is a shame. I think it's such a shame to see someone get a technical 0 when they then manage to put in such a good run afterward. Jordan Taylor really fought for every single part of that track with that lower power car, and it is a shame to see him not get the good score off the back of it. But that is the rule. That is how it is set up in the rule book. Good initiation from Valtters Bose there. Does take him onto that outside line. That is really nice as he starts to make his way out and through onto this outside edge. Good run along wall 4. This is lovely from him into 5. Is he going to be able to hang on to this all the way to the end? Valtters Bose has found another gear today as he gets himself set up onto that outside line. Valtters Bose pushing hard to get through onto the inside edge. Nice positioning from Valtters Bose and across the line. Is this going to see Valtters Bose in competition tomorrow? We haven't seen this Valtters Bose all season long. He's on a 78 from run 1. Is that better? That was a phenomenally aggressive run from him. Just getting that all the way out to the outside edge on that section. Beautiful run from that transition between 5 and 6 for Valtters Bose, and then across onto that outside line. So we wait for Valtters Bose to drop in. 27th for Walters Bose. 73.2, marking him down on some of that transition. We move on. Logan Daniels. Here we go. Logan Daniels off the line. Apparently not. Apparently. Sorry, I apologise. I had got myself out of line with that. It is Olivier Blas for some reason on this track right now. Olivier Blas pushing hard through that section, not fulfilling the zone quite so much. And that's a big error from Olivier Blas after such a good first qualifying run. Olivier Blas is going to get absolutely hammered on that second section. Transition into the wall there, really costing him. That was almost a zero. In fact, it might well have been. See there, that's that problem as he gets out into the wall. Real issue there for Olivier Blas. It's going to be tight for him to try and get through on that section. And it was such a good qualifying run first. Judge is still clearly having a look at this. So the judges have said they're just going to look at their own replay, as that looked like it might almost have been a zero there. In fact, it looks like it's definitely a zero there for Olivier Blas. As he came through that transition, you could see there, straightened out and then straightened out again from the wall at that point. We'll need to go back and have another look at that, but it looked like he came through the bobble in the middle and just lost the car completely. Let's go back, have a look at that one more time. Here's this section. It looks like Olivier Blas comes away from 4, gets into the bobble, and that is definitely a reinitiation. Olivier Blas going to go from having what potentially set him up as the #1 qualifier to maybe not making the top 32. I can confirm that is Olivier Blas's day over and done with as we go back to look at Logan Daniels on his second run. I think he called a 5-minute timeout, but that is a big, big deal to see Olivier Blas go out there with that 0-point score. As we go back for it, here's Logan Daniels on that initiation, gets out into clip 1, fires it through to 2. This is looking pretty strong through this first section. Good transition across to there from Logan Daniels. This is a good run that he's been hiding under there. Nice wall run. Look at Logan Daniels get the power down through that section. Out onto that outside line now. Logan Daniels gets the hammer down all the way through this section. Just that little bit of a hiccup there, but that was probably just the stream having a problem. As we go back to look at this replay, look at Logan Daniels. Doesn't quite fill 2 as much as he could do. There was still some room for his tyre on the outside edge there, and same with 4. A little bit of room between him and the wall, but then from 5 on, slots into this outside line, gets the throttle down nice and early, and then gets back on the power through this transition, washes out to the wall beautifully. I don't know whether that was an error on my end or in terms of the connection, or whether that was actually a problem on track for him. We shall have to wait and see as we come back to it. We're getting into the final sharp end of qualifying here now. Logan Daniels, his score dropping into position. 87.7 for Logan Daniels on the first run. Hoss00312, thank you for the follow, welcome along. So we're waiting for this score for Logan Daniels just to come in and slot into place. Anthony Norfolk, the last driver from this group. Logan Daniels, where has he been hiding that score? A 92.6. Puts him up into second position. Logan Daniel was hiding that one well. He has absolutely jumped up the order. Look at that, 90.2 the average for Logan Daniel, pulling himself right up into that top end of qualifying. Phenomenal run through there from him, getting on that power early. That's what the driver said. That's what was in the briefing pack that all of our drivers got. We wanted them on the throttle early. Drifty Things, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. As here comes Anthony Norfolk for his second run. Don't forget, Anthony Norfolk currently sitting on a 0. This is just for pride. All he wants to do is get a run down that is not a 0, so at least there is a score on the board as he makes it to that outside line. Good transition across. Now onto the outer zone at 5. This is looking much, much better from Anthony Norfolk. It's still not going to be the run that he wanted to do, but it is looking much stronger as he makes it round all the way through 7. This time it's a full pull and across the line. Anthony Norfolk getting a score on the board on the second run. Good run from Anthony Norfolk all the way across. Let's see what the score is going to be as it starts to drop into place. Now we can confirm there are 15 drivers left now. So Anthony Norfolk gets 59.6 on his second run. Sadly drops into 52nd position because remember this is averaged. Turbo Enrique 22, what is this? Is this like FD? It's a competition in Assetto Corsa on the PC. So this is the last round of our pro competition to get a Virtual Drift Championship license. So if you head across to the website, and the website is at tsujigiri.world, then everything you need will be available there. This is how things stand. Logan Daniels shaking up the top of the track runs at the moment. That is nice for him to have jumped up into second place. Only 2 drivers in the 90s. Alexander Jaeger with that double 90-point score, 92.5. Logan Daniels getting 2 very good scores, managing to just pit Mustafa Amini to second place, which is Mustafa Amini's pretty much standard positioning for him. It's not VDC at the moment. Sorry, Turbo Enrique. This isn't VDC. We are the feeder series for VDC. So you need to jump into our Discord to get involved. Brandon Patrick still hanging on to 4th. Cormac Guard still hanging on to 5th. Darren Baker, Max Galileski, Brandon Gardner, Josh McLean, Josh Oxley, Vakaris Ilukas, Brett Wolford, Artem Makashenko, Stephen Jarbo, Vadim Abramov, and Dmitry Mitin and Taylor Bowles are all 100% safe. Every single one of them is definitely going to the top 32 tomorrow because there are only 15 drivers left. That means everyone from Robert Kwiatkowski down to Brandon Beck is still at risk. Turbo Enrique 22, thank you for the follow. Everyone from Robert Kwiatkowski down. So Robert Kwiatkowski, Hayden Shepherd, Mark Pretty, Zero Dose at Midseed, Danielis Parangauskas, Serban Matei, Anestis Jakubelis, Rishundi Andrea, Shea McCullough, Volters Bose, Guillermo Cabrera, Parvo Nurmi, Olof Eriksson, Dylan Fink and Brandon Beck. All of these drivers are still at risk. There are 15 drivers left. Well, welly. That is going to be tight. At the top there, we have 15 drivers remaining. Next up, I can confirm, in fact I'm seeing it drop in right now, Jared DeVore is not going to be competing, so that means that's another driver safe. That means that Robert Kwiatkowski is also definitely safe. Jared DeVore will not be competing today. Justin Philibar, Ronnie Blakesley, Austin Zalewski, Dijon Reeves, Carlos Martinez, Sean O'Doux, Austin Dunn. Those are your next drivers to come up onto the server. First of all is going to be Justin Philibar. He is our first driver from this next group. He is up on the line. We're going to move straight onto it. With every passing zero, we've said this before, with every passing zero, with every person who doesn't make it onto the server, with every time that someone scores under a 60-point run, I believe is now going to be the cutoff, it is not possible for them to qualify, and they will constantly move down the list. Every single passing run like that, someone extra is safe. And here comes Justin Philibar, determined to make sure that he is not one of those statistics that puts another purpose safe. Justin Philibar absolutely rails on the throttle, goes for that transition nicely out. He drops a wheel. Justin Philibar drops a wheel and doesn't manage to keep the car under control, just runs out of grip, makes his way out into the wall at the slowdown at 5. Justin Philibar going to be looking at a much reduced score there, if he's looking at a score at all. Let's go back to that on the replay. Justin Philibar. If I can find him on the list, that would really help. Justin Philibar getting all kinds of in trouble into that wall, just not able to hold things under control, and that's a real shame because look how well he managed that transition across into 6 and 7. Really looking good there, but has he managed to get a score on the board? Justin Philibar waiting for this to drop in. Remember, 50 points on offer for line in this round, as in all rounds for us, for Sujigiri. 50 points on offer. As we start to see these scores drop in for Justin Philibar. Our judges today: Josh Hartshorn, previously head judge for a number of Forza competitions and also a couple of Assetto Corsa competitions in the past, a virtual judge. Max Cotton, D-Mech driver Max Cotton, an experienced BDC pro from real life, one of the youngest D-Mech drivers ever, and also Blade Johnson, who was briefly head judge for Drift Outlaws in the UK and Europe. 43.4 for Justin Philibar. He will not be happy with that. As we move on, next on the line, Ronnie Blakesley. We have not seen the GT86s have the great success that we were expecting to see of them here. This is a track that should suit the GT86s, and guys have just been having problems with getting those cars slowed down. They're so fast as they come up the hill and onto that flat section through the power alley. Is Mr. Blakesley here? going to be able to sort that out for himself. Ronnie Blakesley trying to find all of the grip there, and look, that's almost a 0. Was that wheel straight for Ronnie Blakesley as he came through the power alley? This is what we talked about. The grip from that GT86 is absolutely monstrous. If it gets a chance to drive straight, it absolutely will, and it looks like that was almost a 0 for Ronnie Blakesley as he makes it round and across the line. Let's have a look at that on the replay. That is going to be really crucial. Remember, with every 0, as he comes through here, Ronnie Blakesley has been one of those drivers that we've seen in competition pretty much every single round so far. This could have serious championship implications for Ronnie Blakesley. Was it a 0? Was it a score? If it was a score, it's going to be hit very, very hard by those two highly shallow positions there. Next up will be Austin Zalewski, another man who has been on top of the podium this season, who is in the hunt for a championship. We're still waiting for Ronnie Blakesley's score. Judges really trying to decide on this. It looks like Ronnie Blakesley could well be in trouble here. That bump in the middle of the transition through the power alley, absolutely brutal. I can confirm it. There is a score dropping in for Ronnie Blakesley. He is not going to be thrilled with it, and he's going to need to find something really special to bring his average score. Remember, we use an average scoring system here at Tsujigiri Global GIF Challenge to encourage these two solid runs. We want the best drivers in the best positions. Ronnie Blakesley is not going to be happy to come away with a 44.3, currently putting him into 43rd position. So we go back to the start. This is a man on a hunt for a championship first place. Austin Zalewski. Is he going to be able to get another podium out of this weekend? He's been on an absolute tear the last few rounds. The lights go green on the light up dildo of destiny. Controlled by Anders Unger, our start line marshal and driver wrangler. Austin Zalewski finds that outside line nicely, dropping that front bumper over the inside edge, but both wheels still on track. Nicely fulfills that outer zone. He's got to get back on the throttle here early. We know that that's something the judges have been absolutely crucial on, because how much it impacts the slowdown in the chase position when we come to the battles. And Austin Zalewski, look at this from him, absolutely dialed in beautifully all the way through that track. That is surely going to put him in contention. How do you keep your energy high all this time? This is Savage Andre on the chat. Coffee, vodka, energy drink, or just the nuts? Today, not even the nuts. I did have some coffee earlier. I don't know how I'm keeping the energy this high. Coke, lots and lots of Coke. Yeah, Mike XO, AIG, yeah, cocaine. Probably shouldn't even joke about saying yes to that, because at some point I'm definitely going to... Oh my word! I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to show you this. 98.8. .8. Austin Zalewski getting as close as anyone is ever going to get to that top score. It was almost perfect. Almost, but not quite. But it is the new benchmark for what we are expecting from these drivers. As we move on, Dijon Reeves is next. You could just see, while we wait for Dijon Reeves, let's have a look at that again on the replay. Austin Zalewski coming up all the way through that run. You can see how well locked in the car is on that position. There's absolutely no movement from the front steering at all. There is no movement from the car. He's back on the throttle immediately there. Absolutely runs that outside line. Not even in the wall, just right alongside it. Look at this again from Austin Zalewski. Absolutely no corrections at all. Barely any left foot braking. That is literally the definition of perfection. As close as we're ever going to see, unless Dijon Reeves has been hiding something. This is a man who can do some amazing runs. We've seen him do some phenomenal runs, and Dijon Reeves, as I say that, locks into that outside line exactly the same as Austin Zalewski. Just a tiny little steering correction there, but look at this from Dijon Reeves. Is he going to get back on the throttle at the same point? That little correction definitely dropping him down in below Austin Zalewski, but look at this run overall. The energy he's putting into this, the amount of angle and aggression he's running. This is another level from Dijon Reeves. Phenomenal run from both of these drivers back to back. That is the kind of thing we wanted to see. That is what we've been looking for all season long. This kind of aggression. This is a VDC track, Virtual Drift Championship level driving, and that is what these guys are delivering. Look at the pinpoint accuracy from Austin Zalewski and then Dijon Reeves. This is right up onto the line. That one little wobble there as Dijon Reeves doesn't manage to get back on the throttle quite at the same time, has to use that left foot brake to massage it. But the rest of this run, absolutely textbook all the way through from Dijon Reeves. Wow, that is exciting. To see these guys go at it like this is exactly what you want to see. You don't see qualifying like this very often as we wait for Dijon Reeves' score to drop into place. I can confirm the next driver should have been Carlos Martinez. He is not on the line. He is pulled out of competition, which means another driver safe. Sean O'Doux will be our next driver, as the score slots in for Dijon Reeves despite that correction, and this should tell you just how good that run was, even with that major correction. 85.3, everything else absolutely pinpoint. That is phenomenal from him. He was going to be very happy to build from that. As Sean O'Doux comes off the line, we just come back to rejoin Sean O'Doux as he launches off the line going for this big flick initiation. Sean O'Doux, another driver who qualifies well normally, really running that outside line. Sean O'Doux just comes up a little bit short on 3. That'll mark him down. Beautifully filling 4. This is the question. Can he get back on the throttle in time? As Sean O'Doux, that's as close as you ever want to get, using the angle to keep it out of the wall. Sean O'Doux firing through the power alley there, desperately getting up onto the wall. A little correction from Sean O'Doux, and he comes up shy on 7 again. Those inside clips, Sean O'Doux's nemesis on this fast-flowing VDC track. But wow, another phenomenal run as we drop back across. Where have these guys been hiding all of this energy? Sean O'Doux comes out swinging as well. That is as aggressive as we've seen anyone push into the first half of clip 5, just using that angle to keep the car from running right out into the wall. But you can see those inside clips, Sean O'Doux just not finding them the way that the drivers are expected to by the judges. Let's see, as that slots into place, we're starting to see this score. I can tell you, as you would expect from those 2 missing clips, it's not going to be as high as Dijon Reeves, even though Dijon Reeves had that big correction coming into into 5. Just waiting for the score from Max Cotton, BDC Pro, BDC Pro-Am champion, the man who went right up to the hill. 1 point between him and Dwayne McKeever, one of the most successful European drivers of all time. And Sean O'Doux is currently in 18th with an 80.6. As we go back to the start. On the line now, Justin Philibar currently sits on 43.3. He's going to find something special. You can see the difference between those low-scoring runs and the high-scoring runs after we've seen that massive run from Austin Zalewski. Justin Philibar manages to find that outer zone, but just drops a wheel over the inside edge at 3. Comes up shy on 4 as a result. That transition crucial. Gets back on the throttle, but it's not got the aggression that we want. And there's that contact with the wall again. Clearly just not enough push set in to that RTR as he runs massive angle through 6. Phenomenal work from Justin Philibar to gather that run back up and put it in place across that last section of the track. That is definitely a better run, I would say, than his first one, but is it going to be enough to get him in the big show? It's going to have to be a big, big ask from him. Can he nail this run and bring it all together? Justin Philippard, that contact there almost certainly costing him a place in the top 32. But look at the angle he was running. That was channeling his inner Chelsea Denofa as he swung that car right the way across and into the outside line at 6. Big angle, big throttle commitment. He's got a score on the board. It's not going to be enough for Justin Philippard. He gets a 74, putting him in 44th. 2 of those runs right now would have put him safe as we go back to the start. Ronnie Blakesley. Currently sat on a 44.3. Another driver who's going to have to find something big here. He's going to have to be up in the 80s, even the 90s, to stand a chance of getting in that top section. Ronnie Blakesley is capable of those kinds of runs, but today on this track, in this time, with this amount of pressure, it doesn't have the hallmarks of that kind of run to begin with. He's got to get that transition cleanly in. It's a much better run through the power alley this time as he gets back on the throttle, but it's pulled him away from the wall at 6. At 5 and at 6. This line is just not coming together for Ronnie Blakesley. This is not the kind of standard of driving that we have seen from him in the past. It will be a score, but this is going to put yet more drivers safe as we run through. Out to this outside line. Ronnie Blakesley just not getting it together this weekend. It is not his weekend at all. Drifty Things, mad props to the commentator for actually having excitement in your comments. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. We try to make it factual and at least keep the interest. Ronnie Blakesley, has he got enough in him to get that score on the board? I confirm there is a score for Ronnie Blakesley. Sadly, that is not enough. 46th overall for Ronnie Blakesley. That is such a shame to see him exit the competition without getting into the top 32. But this is the man with everything on the line right now. Austin Zalewski could be about to get our highest qualifying score average of the season. Remember, we run to an average qualifying score here. Both runs count, and Austin Zalewski currently sat incredibly high in the qualifying positions. Oh, that's as deep as you'd want to go there from Austin Zalewski. Look at him push that car right out to the edge of the wall. This transition crucial. Now he knows he's got to get his hammer down all the way across that final finish line. This is another phenomenal run from Austin Zalewski. Oh my word. Have we seen the best run of the day that he already himself did, topped by that even higher aggression, more energy-filled run. What a run from Austin Zalewski. Look at this from Austin Zalewski as he goes firing across into that outside zone. Beautifully aggressive transition there from Austin Zalewski. Is it going to top that first run? That's the question. That massive, massive score. Incredibly high, 98.7 on his first run. Oh my word, it's a 98 on his second run. Austin Zalewski just absolutely knocked it out of the park with double 98-point runs. That is as good as you will ever see around this track. That is phenomenal work from Austin Zalewski. Surely no one is taking him out of the top spot. That has got to be the number one run of the day. As we move down, Dijon Reeves, another great driver, a guy who could definitely be up with Austin Zalewski in terms of his overall qualifying position when he's on form. This is the question. Has he got it in him right now Dijon Reeves, that one mistake from his first run, dropping him back down into the mid-80s. He will want a 90-point run. We've seen Austin Zalewski put it down. Dijon Reeves absolutely locked in with that front steering. Look, there's no correction at all as he comes firing through onto 4. This is where he lost it last time in the decel into this outer zone at 5, but he's got it now. He has absolutely railed that lone through there on that final transition now. Onto 6, a little bit shy on that wall compared to what we saw from Austin Zalewski, but look at this from Dijon Reeves, stepping it up another gear as he goes into this section. What a phenomenal pair of runs we've seen. How excited are you guys to see these people in commentary tomorrow? Joe Valor, hello, welcome along. This is some phenomenal driving in qualifying now. Can you imagine the battle we will have tomorrow if we get Austin Zalewski versus Dijon Reeves? What a phenomenal set of battles that has the potential to be. Look at these guys going at it, hammer and nail. As we wait for this score to drop in. Dijon Reeves sat on 80.3 from his... sorry, no, I was wrong. 85.3 from his first run. I can tell you that at least one of the judges, 2 of the judges have put him in the 90s on that run. Dijon Reeves is definitely going up the order into 9th position. That first run, that big error, causing him to have that problem, just dropping him down. But look at that, and another person getting into the 90s during that run. Dijon Reeves absolutely maxing out every single one of those last bits of points that he had on the table. As we go back, Sean O'Doo comes off the line, the last person from this group. Sean O'Doo's got to get that score on the board. We know that this is big pressure as Sean O'Doo finds every last centimetre of that outside line, just fails to get all the way onto 3, but fills 4 beautifully. This transition crucial. Has he got the power on early enough? Yes, he has. Filled that wall all the way round, not quite as completely as we've seen from the last 2 drivers, but this is a great run from Sean O'Doo nonetheless. This is what we came to see. Sean O'Doo filling that wall. These guys absolutely going at it to try and make sure that they have every last point. We know the cutoff is going to be high this week as Sean O'Doo steps it up a gear. Where was he hiding this? All the way through this wall run, Sean O'Doo keeps on piling on the power. Joe Valor, S13, best 13. Yes, it is. Whew. The excitement. I'm going to have some kind of cardiac infarction soon. Sean O'Doo sat on that 80.3. This score definitely 100% bringing him up into a higher position. Just waiting for this final score to drop into place. It's a big score for Sean O'Doo. 93.7 puts him up into 10th position. Look at that from Sean O'Doo. That first score just pulling him down. If he'd been up with 2 of those runs, he would have been way up in the top end of the scores. Wow. We are seeing some amazing runs at the tail end of this competition. But Austin Zalewski, the man with double 98-point runs right at the top of that leaderboard, that is some serious work from him. You can see how much it's shaken up the top 10. The cutoff now, Paavo Nurmi at 75.5. However, there are only 7 drivers left. Everyone down to Danielis Parangauskas is definitely going to be seeing competition in the top 32 tomorrow. That is the cutoff right now. Every time things move down, every time there's a 0, every time there's a missed run, every time someone doesn't show up, that cutoff moves down. Everyone from Austin Zalewski down to Danielis Parangauskas is definitely going to be in competition tomorrow. And remember, these scores are an average score across 2 runs. This is not a just one and done. This is these guys putting these scores on the board time after time after time. Phenomenal work from them. Dijon Reeves managing to get into 9th there, 88.3. He was in the 90s. Sean O'Doo managing to drag an 80-point score up to an 87 with a good 90 score. That is some fantastic driving from these guys. Phenomenal work. But at risk, Parvo Nurmi, Guillermo Cabrera, Valters Bose, Shea McCullough, Rashandi Andrea, Anestis Jacoubelis and Serban Matei, who joked after his first run was not as strong as it should have been that he was going to end up 33rd. And right now, statistically, Serban Matei could end up 33rd. That is what we have yet to see. There are 7 drivers remaining coming onto the server next to do the final 14 runs of the night. Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova, Cody Waru, Tim Sire, Connor Christensen, Christopher Lykup and William Holloway. 7 drivers stand between those last 7 people on that list, the ones we just read out, between them being in the big show tomorrow and them not making it at all. We have seen some phenomenal drivers not make it through over the course of the afternoon. This has been incredibly tense for all of these guys. So 7 drivers remain. They're coming onto the server now. We're just waiting for them to come in. Ronnie Irwin is our first driver in that S14.9, the James Dean replica S14.9 2JZ, 780 horsepower. We haven't yet re-released this car with the nitrous or the new wing mirrors. It will be coming. We are keeping that car up to date as per the James Dean spec as he goes through the season. We're just waiting for some more technical information on how he's using that nitrous, and then that will be back out to you very soon. We wait for these last guys to join in onto the server. Joe Valor, if comp is same time, you'll miss it, but you'll watch it on VOD for sure. It is almost on same time. Tomorrow. It starts and finishes slightly earlier. It starts at the same time but finishes slightly earlier because obviously it's shorter for a top 32 rather than doing 96 drivers of qualifying. But we are almost at the end. Preoccupied. Here we go. Ronnie Irwin coming up to the line. S14.9. We know those cars are good here. We know they've got the grip. We know they've got the traction. We know they've got the power. We have seen such good runs today. That double 98-point run from Austin Zalewski tells you everything you need to know about the sharp end of the championship. And do not forget that Daryl Diaz is not attending the final round. He's unable to attend. He's withdrawn from this round of competition, so our current points leader will not be here tomorrow. He has withdrawn, so the championship is wide open as Ronnie Irwin gets a good run through the first corner, but then tightens up too much into 3 and loses out on 4 completely, and Ronnie Irwin's in the wall. That's another person safe. That is Serban Matei safe. Serban Matei is definitely seeing competition tomorrow as Ronnie Irwin crashes out on his first run. That is not what we wanted to see. I can also confirm Tim Sire is not here, which means Anestis Jacoubelis is also safe. Rashandi Andrea, Shea McCullough, Valters Bose, Guillermo Cabrera and Parvo Nurmi. That is your bubble right now. Those 5 drivers are on the edge. As we go back to the start line, the next driver is Nick Portanova. And it looks like he might not be on the server. Nick Portanova zeroes out. That is another driver safe. That is another driver safe. Anestis Jacoubelis is safe. Rashandi Andrea is safe. Cody Waru is not here. Shea McCullough is safe. Valters Bose, Guillermo Cabrera, Parvo Nurmi. That is it. Connor Christensen comes up to the line. Connor Christensen, who has been in the final 4 at multiple rounds so far this season. Connor Christensen. Is this going to push Parvo Nurmi out right at the last part of qualifying? We're down to the final 4 drivers. Doesn't fulfill clip 1, Connor Christensen. Gets into 2, but it's not the great line that we were expecting from him. You can see the pressure starting to come on as Connor Christensen makes the transition across in this difficult decel. Doesn't fulfill the wall as well as some of the other drivers that we've seen. I don't think this is going to be a massive score. But Connor Christensen, as he makes the transition across, fulfills all of 6 there nicely and was on the throttle early in 5. But that is not the big score that we have seen from Connor Christensen in the past. Is it going to drop him in right on the edge of the bubble? Wow, this is Tense stuff. Connor Christensen comes into this section. You can see there he was on throttle early but didn't get deep into the clip. Beautiful through 6 and into 7, but that was not a perfect run. We know that's not going to be as high a score as some of the other runs that we have seen over the course of the night. We are down to the last few judges' runs. I'm seeing scores drop in. It's pretty much exactly where you'd expect. I think this is going to make Paavo Nurmi mighty upset. But it looks like that score is going to be enough. Paavo Nurmi is out of competition unless there is another 0 run in this section. And don't forget, Connor Christensen has got to do another run as we go back to the start line. Formula Drift driver Chris Lykup is ready on the line, ready to go. This is so important for Chris to stay in the hunt for his VDC license. He knows he has to qualify. The light goes green. Dildo of Destiny has sent Chris Lykup off the line. Chris Lykup's not on the fully wide line, but he does manage to make it out into 2. Hooks it round on the inside of 3. This is the crucial bit. This is a big car, this 2JZ powered SC300. Is he going to be able to slow it down in time? Yes, he is. Look at Chris Lykup managing to get that car wrangled down. This looks like it has all the potential hallmarks of being a big score for Chris Lykup as he just comes up short on 5 there and into that into 6 there, sorry, and onto that outside line at 7. It's a good run. Is it get you into the top end of qualifying good? This is the question. Christopher Lykup manages to make that run work for him. Paavo Nurmi currently out at the bottom. This is the last 2 drivers. Valtters Bose, Guillermo Cabrera, they're currently in danger from this run. Chris Lykup, you see, this transition is where he loses a lot of points as he doesn't make it cleanly across onto the wall. Not as wide as some of the other drivers as he comes through there. Does make it nicely onto 7, but it's not quite as tight as it could be. Chris Lykup not able to fulfill his potential in that section, but a score dropping in nonetheless. It would be enough, 2 of these scores that we are seeing drop into place, to get him in the big show. But he's got to do it again, as Chris Lykup drops into 20th with a 79.7, meaning there is 1 driver left today to do their first run. That is William Holloway. As things stand, this is to knock out Shea McCullough. But don't forget, all of the drivers that you've seen in this group so far have got to do another run, and they've got to get that score on the board again to make sure they go into competition. There's 4 drivers here. We could see them drop back out of the top 32 because of the way that qualifying is done, as William Holloway finds every single last part of that outside line, and then some grass on the inside edge of clip 3. Slows it down nicely into 4. This is a good run from William Holloway, nicely out onto that wall there. This transition is going to be crucial. We know he's already got 1 mistake on the board. Can he hold them off? Yes, he can. Another mistake cleared out of the way. He does not have any trouble with the final part of that track. Is this it? Is this goodbye to Shea McCullough? There was an error from William Holloway in that section. As we go back, judges' scores. Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova. Although Nick Portanova has a 0. It looks like he's pulled out, but Ronnie Irwin has to put a score on the board. Connor Christensen has to put a score on the board. Ronnie Irwin's already got a 0 there, so he won't be in competition. It's these last 3 drivers. Connor Christensen, Christopher Lykup, William Holloway. That error from William Holloway in that first section, getting him absolutely hammered on the score. As we wait for it to drop in, it's going to be in the low 70s. He's going to have it all to do in this section. We wait for Ronnie Irwin on the line. William Holloway only manages to get the 85.4 for William Holloway. That is going to be enough as things stand. Is that what his score was? That doesn't look right from what I'm seeing. No, it was only a 74.7. I don't know what the stream's doing there. It did not refresh William Holloway's score. He only got a 74.7. So he's still in danger. William Holloway at the bottom there. As we see Ronnie Irwin finding all of the track there. Ronnie Irwin absolutely throwing down here on this outstanding VDC stirrup course. Ronnie Irwin managing to find every bit of track that you could possibly want. That is such a shame to see him on that 0 from his first run, as Ronnie Irwin gets into that section beautifully through there. We wait for Ronnie Irwin's second score to appear on the board. On a 0 from the first run, so we know he won't be in competition tomorrow. Score drops in. What a shame to see. 2 of those runs and Ronnie Irwin would have been in contention for the big show. As it is, he sits outside in 59th. As we go back to the start line, Ronnie Irwin will sadly not be in the big show tomorrow. Shane McCullough are 75.7, Walters Bowes 75.7. That is the bottom mark here, and it's going to have to be something really big from these last 3 drivers. William Holloway has got to get a big score on the board. He is 1 point shy. Connor Christensen comes up to the line. Connor Christensen is next. His first score, a 77.7. He's in the big show. But he's on that bubble. A bad run from Connor Christensen. He would not see competition tomorrow. This is crunch time. It doesn't get any tighter than this. All 3 of these drivers have got to put down another good run. Connor Christensen comes to the line. What's he got? Let's find out. Connor Christensen comes firing off the line. Goes for the big flick initiation. Gets it riled onto that outside edge. Much nicer from Connor Christensen through this section. Gets onto the inside. Nice power down through this section. Good transition, Connor Christensen. Onto the outside line, and just as the hold of the wall there has to have another big correction. Is that going to be enough to knock his score down lower than it was going to be? Connor Christensen really strong through there, but look, he's missed out on 7. Connor Christensen has missed clip 7 completely. Oh, is the pressure too much at the end of qualifying to be able to get into these positions? As we see Connor Christensen struggling to get everything sorted there. He was on a 77.7 from the first run. This is as tight as it's ever going to get. Connor Christensen missing out on that clip, that error in the middle of the track, costing him in a big, big way there. The scores are dropping in. Oh my word, this is going to be so tight. This is going to be so tight for Connor Christensen. I think he has done it just. I think Connor Christensen has managed to keep in the big show by 0.2. Yes, he has 73.9, puts him in 30th. 0.2, the score difference between Connor Christensen getting into the big show and Connor Christensen going home at the end of the day today, as Chris Lycup comes off the line. Christopher Lycup, one of the last 2 drivers to go. Chris Lycup fires it onto the outside edge. He was a bit safer than Connor Christensen, but doesn't manage to fill 2. You can see the pressure already coming on as Chris Lycup gets onto that outside zone at 4. Now the transition almost drops a wheel there. Chris Lycup filling that zone completely, but comes away from it a little bit early midway through. Chris Lycup pushing as hard as he can. He wants that car on the outside line, and it's just not moving out there for him. Good on the inside clip for Chris Lycup, but doesn't manage to get the perfect run down. I think that's enough. I think that's enough. As we move round, let's watch it on the replay. Chris Lycup, 79.7 on his first run. This is so close. Remember, it's average. It's across 2 runs. These guys have got to be basically perfect twice, which Adam Zalewski almost achieved. One of the best pairs of runs I have ever seen in drifting from anyone. It is so unusual to see 2 98-point scores back-to-back. That is just phenomenal. That is James Dean level excellence. That is Max Cotton at BDC, Three Sisters last year level excellence. It is as good as it's going to get in reality. And here we go. Chris Lykup tidied up a couple of bits there, but dropped a couple of other bits. He's on a 79.7 from the first run. I think this is enough. From what I'm seeing on the judges' scores, Chris Lykup will be in the big show tomorrow. But where? Who will he be going against? Chris Lykup slots into 20th. Well done to him. Chris Lykup in the big show tomorrow. Walters Bose also, by the looks of it, in the big show tomorrow. He has just managed to hold through, so is Shea McCullough. This is the crucial thing, though, now. This is off the line. William Holloway getting off the line. He has got to find something special. He is outside of competition right now. He needs this to be great. This is to knock Walters Bose out of the top 32. This is for William Holloway to still have a chance at a championship. This is for him to still be in the hunt for a virtual drift championship license. William Holloway needs this. It's got to go right for him, and it has so far as he comes firing through onto this final section. William Holloway finds every last bit of track. The last run of the day. It went right down to the last run of the day, boys and girls. That is William Holloway snatching what appears to be, and I'm not judging, so I'm only saying this based on what I've just seen, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. He was a full point outside the top 32. He had to find everything in that run. Look how good that run was for William Holloway. We're waiting for his score to drop in. He got a 74.7 on his first run. I know what the system said. The system lied to you. The system always lies. And here we're waiting for it to drop in. That is not his final score. We're waiting for it to drop into place. The judge is still deliberating. I can tell you it is a big score. It is almost certainly going to mean that Walters Bose drops out of the top 32 on the very last run of the night. William Holloway, almost not in competition, finds a 90-plus point score by the looks of it. And he's done it. He has done it. William Holloway secures a 91. Getting him all the way up from outside the top 32 into 16th position. And if that doesn't tell you how incredibly close that entire qualifying event was, then I do not know what will. What a phenomenal final pull by William Holloway when it was absolutely vital. And that means that this is your top 32 Austin Zalewski double 98.1s. I want you all to remember that this is an event in which we do the averaging of both of these runs. So Austin Zalewski 98.4 average across 2 runs. Alexander Yegard 92.5 average across 2 runs. Logan Daniels 90.2 average across 2 runs. That is phenomenal work from those guys. You go and find me other drifters elsewhere in the world who are putting those kinds of runs down with that consistency. It is phenomenal work. Mustafa Ramini 89.9, Brandon Patrick 89.7, Cormac Guard 89.4, Darren Baxter 89.4, Max Galileski 89.4. That is how close it was. 3 guys there, 6th, 7th and 8th on 89.4, 88.3 for Dijon Reeves, Sean O'Doo with an 87, Brandon Gardner also with an 87, Josh McLean an 86.4, again average, Josh Oxley 86, well done to him, Vicarius Lucas 84.8, William Holloway 84.4, Brett Wolford 83.3, and from there down we're still in the 80s. The cut-off in the end 75.7 down at Shea McCullough, but Artem Makashenko, Stephen Jarboe, Vadim Abramov, Dmitry Mitin, Christopher Lykup scraping through with an 80 into 21st, Taylor Bowles, Robert Kaczynski, Hayden Shepherd, Mark Pretty, Zuradias Amidzi, Danielis Parangauskas, Serban Matei, Ernestus Jakublis, Rashandi Andrea, Connor Christensen just scraping in at the end there, and Shay McCullough rounds out your top 32. That is it. It is done. Those 32 drivers go on tomorrow to fight for the podium at the very final round. Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge, round 4. The final fight here at Stirrup Raceway. We will be back tomorrow at 2000 UTC, 9 PM UK time, 8 AM if you're out in New Zealand, and the rest of you just get to work it out from UTC. I'm afraid I don't have them to hand. Thank you very much to all of our judges. Guest judge Max Cotton, DMEC driver Max Cotton, guest judge Blade Johnson, who is a head judge for Drift Outlaws, and to regular judge William Holloway. That is phenomenal of them. Thank you. Sorry, William Holloway, because I'm looking at the names. Joshua William Hartshorn, who was our third judge tonight. Also, massive thank you to Anders Unger, our start line marshal, for all of his work on this, and to all of the other parts of Tsujigiri Collective behind the scenes for making this event possible. Thank you to our sponsors, to Grip Royal, to Graham's Racing Performance Injectors, to Enemed Racing Fuels, to Zeknova Tyres, to Eclipse Motorsport, to What Would Dango Do, and to Fibre Factory for their support of the virtual and real life Tsujigiri drift teams. Thank you very much to all of our Patreons for continuing to support us, and thank you to all of you at home for watching. We will see you tomorrow, 2000 UTC, Saturday night. It's all going to be going again. This is the championship fight, Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge, the very final event of the season. We will see you tomorrow. You have a fantastic night. Goodbye.